Muy excelentes días. Tengo que checar que el micrófono esté prendido. No se preocupe, no se me cayó el pelo, simplemente me lo corté y tal cual como me desperté, estamos aquí enfrente de todos ustedes para otro casino más del tío Salo. Ya saben, ahorita en un momento van a venir Farhan y Alex, pero antes hay varias cosas de qué platicar. Hay muchas cosas extrañas pasando en este mundo y creo que tenemos que ponerlas enfrente de todos nosotros porque una de las teorías de conspiración más grandes que existen, no sé a cuántos de ustedes disfruten esto o no, yo soy... a mí me encanta escuchar cualquier cosa que vaya en contra de todo lo que sabemos. La razón por qué es porque de alguna manera nos convencieron, la gente que come mantequilla, la gente que come carne, la gente que no come vegetales, etcétera, nos han dicho que esa gente se va a morir de un paro cardíaco, pero cuando lo ves están toscos y mamados. Entonces, eso no tiene tanto sentido. La otra es, ves a todos los animales en el mundo que no tienen bolas, ¿no? Como el buen Vini, él sí tiene. Y todos sí tienen bolas, pero los perros en Estados Unidos y eso nos han dicho que le tienes que cortar las bolas para que el güey no tenga cáncer. Pero en cuanto hemos hecho eso, los rates de cáncer han subido como locos. Por eso me gusta tanto poder explorar lo que es verdad, lo que nos dicen y lo que tal vez no sea verdad, ¿no? Entonces, una de estas teorías de conspiración más grandes que existen es el hecho de que el mundo quiere juntarse para crear un gobierno que cubra absolutamente todo. Yo no creo que sea tan descabellada la cosa, pero no sé qué tan cerca estemos de hacerlo. Ahora, existe el rumor de que el gran Donald Trump, va a absorber Canadá. ¿Por qué existe este rumor? Porque cuando Donald Trump le habló a Justin Trudeau, que le dijo básicamente lo mismo que a la presidenta de México, de güey, voy a poner 25% de tarifas en todas las cosas que importas si no haces X, Y o Z, Justin Trudeau dijo, no, eso nos destruiría. Y Donald Trump le dijo como de chiste, entonces trae a Canadá para que sea el estado número 51 en Estados Unidos. Tenemos 50 estados en Estados Unidos. Este sería el estado número 51, Canadá. Y por cierto, eso sería una tragedia para todos nosotros porque sería como incluir otro California. ¿Han visto por quién votaron? Están viendo toda la mierda que está pasando en Canadá. ¿Por qué nos la quieren traer acá? No entiendo. Pero algo que quiero decir, es palo. O sea, es palo de Donald Trump completamente. Solamente lo está diciendo para pues, cosas de Donald Trump, ¿no? Es las cosas que dice Donald Trump. Solamente lo está diciendo porque sí, pero quiero plantear una idea enfrente de todos. Y esto solamente es una idea antes de que nos volvamos locos. Y esta idea consiste en lo siguiente. Tenemos un tratado de libre comercio entre Estados Unidos, Canadá y México. Claramente no tenemos suficiente producción en Estados Unidos. No la tenemos, simplemente no podemos porque si hiciéramos productos serían carísimos para toda nuestra sociedad por simplemente nuestros salarios, etcétera. Y obviamente hemos tenido este tratado de libre comercio para poder evitar eso y tener pasos de los coches sin aranceles que vende GM, Ford, etcétera, que vienen de México, de Brasil, de otros lados y los acaban de ensamblar en Estados Unidos y también vienen de Canadá, por cierto. Lo que sería interesante sería que Estados Unidos agarre a México, agarre a Canadá. No sé para qué a Canadá. Bueno, Canadá tiene muchísimo petróleo también y también tiene mucha tierra. Y seguramente tienen otras cosas, aparte de esas patatas que te comes que son deliciosas ¿con qué es? ¿Con miel? Se llama Putin, ¿no? No ser confundido con el insulto ni tampoco con el presidente de Rusia, ¿ok? Vamos a hacer un pequeño Donald Trump por acá rápidamente para poder calentar. Entonces, sería interesante que juntara a los dos países, que México se volviera el arma de Estados Unidos para producción, donde literalmente, aunque lo pueden hacer con solamente un tratado de libre comercio, pero lo interesante sería, si eso llegara a pasar, ¿qué pasaría con las leyes en México y con todo lo que hemos estado viviendo? Que es también algo que Donald Trump está mencione y mencione y mencione, ¿no? Que quiere ir a hacer una operación bonita y acabar con los carteles, ¿cómo no? Por supuesto. Ahora, del hecho al trecho, hay un gran estrecho, ¿no? No sé cómo se dice eso. La neta, hace mucho no escucho esa expresión. Pero lo que sí es, no podemos confiar en estos políticos diciéndonos qué van a hacer y qué no. Pero ahora quiero llevarlos a Francia. ¿Qué está pasando en Francia? La economía de Francia no le está yendo muy bien. El mundo está, todo Francia está a punto de protestar porque el gobierno quiere recortar gasto público. ¿Están escuchando eso? El gobierno de Francia quiere recortar gasto público. ¿Por qué quiere recortar gasto público? Porque su deuda está creciendo exponencialmente y va a ser una deuda del 117% en solamente un par de años comparada con el PIB y eso los pone en una muy mala situación con inflación y todo lo que son deterioros económicos. Otra situación que tiene también Francia es que digamos que su manufactura no está caliente, la gente no está comprando productos franceses y eso también es un problema, lo que nos indica debilidad en la misma. Es algo muy parecido a lo que estamos viviendo en Estados Unidos. La cosa es, y la razón por la que están protestando es el mismo gobierno está protestando estos cortes, estos gastos de gobierno cortados. Y esto puede que provoque otra elección y desestabilice a Francia, que de nuevo, pues, güey, no vayan a perder a Macron, una joya de cabrón. Pero la realidad de esto es que se pone interesante que estamos escuchando la misma historia en todos lados. Digo, ya lo habíamos visto en Argentina, ya lo habíamos visto en El Salvador con Nayib Bukele, ¿no? Que es también bastante interesante todo esto que están haciendo. Pero la realidad es que sí parece que quieren llegar a cambiar todo el estado económico. De nuevo, simplemente puesto, ¿no? Crea un problema y luego dales la solución. Como lo hicieron, ¿no? Uy, hay una pandemia buenísima. Tengo una gran solución para ti, brother. Solamente es obligatorio y te la tienes que poner y si no lo haces, te vamos a destruir la vida, ¿no? Así de fácil, una solución muy buena. Ahora tenemos otro problema que fue creado, que es la expansión de la deuda, expansión de inflación, el retiro de toda nuestra seguridad, de toda nuestra policía, la destrucción de todos nuestros caminos, el crimen subiendo como loco. Y una vez que destruyes todo, te dan la solución. Güey, ya que se chingaron todo a través de inflación, por cierto. Este es literalmente mucha gente dice que va a haber una transferencia de riqueza enorme. Esta es la transferencia de riqueza más grande que existe y que ha existido en toda la historia, para todos los que no quede claro. Esto ha sido literalmente eso, esa transferencia de riqueza tan grande. ¿Cómo pasó? Desde el 2008 aceleradamente empezó a ocurrir, 2013 empezó todavía más fuerte, 2016 aún más fuerte y el 2020 fue el boom de todo esto, creación de deuda. Están simplemente robando valor a través de creación de dinero. Están explotando el sistema que hemos platicado. Se ve que quieren cargarse al sistema, ¿no? Nos han contado muchísimo de cómo China quiere hacer esto y bla, 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 bla. Pero lo que quieren hacer es destruir el sistema. Pero lo que no quieren es básicamente que todos sepamos a dónde va. ¿Por qué? Tienen que vendernos que existen dos lados reales, ¿no? Ese es parte de esto. Si no, pues se vería bastante obvio que es solamente un gobierno intentando hacer lo mismo. Entonces, lo que están haciendo en estos momentos es simplemente vendernos esa ilusión de que viene un cambio, aunque es lo mismo. Porque a fin de cuentas, nuestros políticos, por más que me cae bien Donald Trump y todo, apoyan la misma mierda de siempre. Entonces, vamos a ver qué se da. Vamos a ver qué se da. Otra cosa interesante también es lo que está pasando en Corea del Sur. En Corea del Sur están teniendo, aplicaron la ley marcial. ¿Por qué? Porque el güey que está a cargo está diciendo, va a haber elecciones y está diciendo que el partido contrario está usando técnicas muy sucias, tácticas muy sucias para poder entrar al poder, etcétera, y que están manipulando todo. Ahora, normalmente, para que la gente sepa, esto es trabajo de Estados Unidos. Nosotros nos dedicamos a desestabilizar gobiernos. Así que va a ser interesante ver qué se da. Honestamente, no tengo tanta opinión ahí porque no tengo idea de lo que esté pasando. Y voy a cerrar esto diciéndoles que también he notado algo extraño económicamente hablando en el negocio, por ejemplo, de ropa que tenemos. Y es que la gente estaba empezando a regresar muchísimas cosas. Entonces, la gente va, compra, se gasta todo, usan cosas 2, 3 veces y lo regresan. Y ahora muchos dirán, es probablemente tu producto. No, esto parece ser una tendencia en todos lados. Así que tal vez esos datos económicos tan buenos simplemente vengan de esta gente haciendo esto. Y por cierto, van a arruinarle esto a todo el mundo, porque lo único que van a hacer es que todo el mundo diga no retornos por absolutamente ninguna razón. Así que, sin más ni más, nos vamos al casino del tío Salo. Vamos a analizar todos los precios de absolutamente todo en este momento. Esperemos que Justin Trudeau no se vuelva parte de nuestro gobierno en Estados Unidos, que sería igual de mal que tener a Gavin Newsom. ¿O peor? No, yo creo que es igual de mal. No puede, los dos son una mierda. Vámonos al casino del tío Salo. Recuerden que si quieren aprender de todo esto, de todo lo que estamos platicando y no entienden ni quieres aprender trading, puedes ir a elitetradingacademy.us y simplemente comprar el curso de cero a trader. Cuesta $25. Va a ser de las últimas veces que los puedan comprar por eso. Y ¿cómo se llama? Y viéndolo, al día siguiente van a poder entender todo lo que estamos platicando acá. Solamente lo quería poner en la mesa. Voy a traerles a Alex, a Farhan. Como siempre saben, vamos a analizar los precios de todo lo que nos estén poniendo en el live chat, en la membresía de live streams para todos ustedes junto con las clases. Y aparte lead packages, vamos a estar tomando todas sus preguntas y vamos a analizar todos estos precios. Y recuerden, muy probablemente Brian Martínez sea el primero que va a llegar aquí a nuestro chat a decirnos qué hay. Lo vamos a ver en un segundo y déjenme traigo a estos cracks y les paso el análisis en español después de que ellos le den. Así que, my boys, welcome.
Yo, what up, man? I think you're muted, Farhan.
Fucking A, man. Fuck.
Right.
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
I thought you were going to tell me that I was muted and I've been talking for like 10 minutes. That's happened to me before. Like I've done a 20-minute video, like a 20-minute live, and then people are like, there's no sound. And I'm not looking at the comments. Then I turn around and look at the comments and they're all like, no sound. I'm like, fucking excellent.
Hey, at least it's not one of those times where you go to a dealership, record like 2 hours long, and then you find out you either weren't recording or you had
the audio.
Yeah.
No, I think the worst one is when I go and record, make one of the best videos ever, and then they call me, I got too many views. Can you please take it down?
I've gotten those. Like that yellow LaFerrari. I was like, what the fuck happened to that video?
Well, the yellow LaFerrari, also a Garage 26, also Brett David. I've made some awesome videos no one has seen, like awesome ones, like no one has seen. And the Ferrari Garage one, yes. So many people saw it. Literally within 24 hours, he had like 2.4 million views. So the owner owns a sports team, like a very prestigious sports team. So his dad called and was like, you need to take this shit down. I didn't know that so many people were going to watch it. I'm like,
it makes
that's the whole point.
I'm like, look at how many followers the dude has. Obviously, people are going to watch it.
And by the way, then why are you asking me to film your shit? By the way, it's not like I said, hey, can I film your shit? Like people invite me. I don't ask. I never go, can I please come over and film your garage? Like, unless you invite me, I don't go. So if you invited me, you know who I am, or at least have an idea. You've seen my account. And even then, you still do these stupid things. And they cost me money, right? Like, I mean, Brett, I love Brett David. He knows me. I know him well. It's the same shit. And he's just like, he's got a customer that is a traditional single British cigarette that lives in Miami. Very famous guy, lots of gel, very tall, fat guy, got a big inheritance. That dude tells him, if you associate yourself with him, I'm not going to buy cars from you. So Brett's got to go.
I think I know who this is. I'm not going to say his name, but I think I know who it is.
Please don't release this video, blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, I'll pay you whatever you're like, fuck you, dude. Like, you don't understand this. Either way, boys. Well, we got an interesting day. The fucking Federal Reserve's about to speak, right? Like they're going to talk at some point. We got some revised numbers on the job department, which was pretty bad, but no one cares. Apparently, that's pretty good. Anything else I'm missing?
United Healthcare shot dead in New York.
By the way,
crazy.
That is incredible that you can murder the CEO of a massive healthcare company and the stock only goes down 2.7%. That shows you how big of a puppet the CEO in a company is. We were just saying,
Elon needs to up his security to the max.
Is it?
Let me check. I actually think I read some.
Yeah, now it's up, I think.
Their stock is insane though. Like if you actually look at it, it's very strong. I remember mentally noting that United Healthcare is kind of insane.
Elon needs his 10x of security.
Yeah, dude. If that happened to Elon, the Tesla would drop 50. In my view, it could drop easily 50% in just the news that Elon.
The initial drop probably 20-30%, which will break market structure. Then it'll be in a downtrend, and then regular market dynamics will take over.
Yeah, and then it'll do whatever it's supposed to do, kind of like Apple in a way when Steve died. I don't know why I came here. I actually just came to see the live and get the chat. Let's get the chat going, boys. 1 second.
That's funny. Yeah. So United Healthcare is up on the day now. It's up 2%.
Yeah, I guess we're back to good. Bad news is good news.
I mean, the worst news is the best news, apparently. I mean, you don't get any worse than murder of the CEO. But that's good news, apparently, to the market. This is how we know the economy is doing great.
Imagine the news is announced Russia has detonated a nuclear device in Ukraine. The stock market just goes through the roof.
Maybe that's the plan. All right. Are you guys going to guess what we're going to look at first?
Oh, Brian.
Brian Martinez just fucking threw in Bitcoin. Who wants to get it going, boys?
Let's see whichever one of us loads our chart faster.
Yeah.
Yesterday was very, very interesting day for me. Hadn't been on a university campus for the longest time.
Why'd you go to a university campus?
I was visiting Alex's girl, Sophie there.
Yeah, you told us. Yeah.
So then I got there and I was like, this is pretty interesting. And then I told my girlfriend, I was like, it's a very nostalgic feeling. And she goes, nostalgic as in you want to go back? I'm like, absolutely not.
Nostalgic as in it was fun, but I never want to see it again. I got both charts at the same time. So who wants to start?
It's up to Alex if he wants to go first or I go first.
I can go first. That's okay.
Let's do it. Let's motherfucking do it. Let's bring the Bitcoin up to the screen and let's get it going.
Nice. So, I mean, I think it's important to first start here. Why? Because, we've been simply waiting for that 3.79% for a while. It's a pretty massive level. Not only are we, on the 2-day approaching that 50%, currently right around that zone, but even just taking the HPDR off, we would be able to see just simply big reactions or at least bottoms happen right around that for tether dominance. Even on this massive move down, we still found a bottom around that 3.79%. Here, we found a bottom, and then here we actually broke down. And so this is telling us that crypto is approaching a pretty massive zone overall. I personally thought when 3.79% would occur, I thought Bitcoin, would have been higher. But that just kind of shows you that liquidity, at least for me, it shows me that liquidity in alts are, just pretty potent right now in regards to Bitcoin, because we have Bitcoin at 96,100. We have tether dominance currently at some of the lowest levels it's been all year round. And so as a trader, we have to really gauge this next zone, and we should at least see some kind of reaction around here. And so understanding that, we understand that when tether dominance is bullish, generally then that just correlates to a bearish Bitcoin. Something to note in the daily too here is we already are at that 50%. We're under the daily 9, while also we kind of rejected pretty harshly that median right around here when it rallied up to that 4.1%. And so currently, I do think that we easily can wick down. I don't see why we wouldn't. Bears, we've gone all the way over here at 3.89%. Might as well just take it home at that 3.79%, which could line up with that 2-day testing that 50% here. Losing this, right, would mean we're losing the blue zone on the 2-day. And then we get a pretty big move down all the way to that 3.43%, all the way maybe to that 3.2. It's going to be pretty important for at least tether bulls to hold this 3.79%. And so why I bring this up first is because while we're approaching this is something we all should be gauging, but just on our own time and just viewing this as a pretty important level. Drawing a meme line at that 3.79%, engaging the reaction, I think would be wise. Bitcoin really hasn't done much. It's been essentially ranging, and it's actually consolidating where we kind of would want it to. And why I mention that is because if we go down, if I just want to delete this, and I take the HPDR off, we can see here that 95,600 is a pretty important zone for Bitcoin. And what we had yesterday was a nice dump to that 2-day EMA 9. We know that we have currently that 2-day silver cross. And so you would be gauging any kind of retest of that 2-day EMA 9 as an opportunity until proven otherwise, at least. And so currently that's kind of what we got yesterday. But you also would have been aware that the 4-hour yesterday went exactly to a major level that we like to watch here, and that's that EMA 100. And so it's kind of funny because if it wants to load, you can see, Bitcoin perfectly bottomed right there. And I was on the camp that we weren't going to form a bottom there. We were going to go down a little bit lower, right around that 95, 91.5, 91.6. It's looking a lot less likely because what we have now here is another retest of that EMA 100, another spring. We've now reclaimed or SFP'd essentially that 95,600 support. And we're now basing off of it while, the 4 hours giving us volatility setup, but it's still correcting. And so how we can gauge this now is this is bullish, and this is bullish posturing to me. The 12-hour here, if I want to make this straight too, it's funny when it's not. The 12-hour as well. I mean, it's bullish statistically speaking. You are now above the 9 and the 21. You're very close here from expansion, and I do think the next target, at least for me, would be at 98.2. It's going to be quite important, actually, to break 98.2. You can just see simply we've been rejecting it through and through, and so breaking that, in my opinion, would probably mean that volatility is starting to expand. You can see this. We have 3 sessions of zero volatility on the 12-hour, which is exactly what you'd want being a bull. When we were going up here and we just broke out and hit that 99K, volatility was almost at extremes. And so consolidating in this manner where, yes, you need to come down, but you form that higher low on the 12-hour. You visually can see that through here on the slow. And then, you're in the tricky spot now because you are an overall uptrend, but you're still making higher lows and then you're making these lower highs. And all that really means is you're basically in like some kind of channel. If you looked at it like something like here, and then maybe even like here, you're just basically in a channel. And so we should get some kind of move here soon, in my opinion. And right now it should be to the upside, and I'm just gauging that 98,200 reaction. Assuming as long as that 12-hour 9 keeps holding as support, then I do think that we have a greater chance of breaking out and actually seeing volatility expand to the upside. We essentially here, if I go to this chart, which chart was it? I also like this chart because it's very simple. And it's just showing this is pretty strong support at 91.3. And then, yeah, we have just major resistance, which makes sense at the wick high. You treat this as a range. But overall, I mean, Bitcoin isn't looking that bearish to me. I was still on the camp that we were going to get a pullback, and we did. It just wasn't as strong as I was expecting. And that just, I guess, plays into kind of the strength in bulls. And so that's Bitcoin. I mean, we're just more gauging the lower time frames, kind of this more range that we're in. But we're really, really keeping an eye on the lower time frame volatility because we are getting a volatility read. And we just want to gauge the reaction at this 12-hour 9 because we know, Bitcoin likes to trend with this EMA 9 on the 12-hour when we're bullish. And this should act as an opportunity. And it's a low hit rate, but by this metric, you technically would get a long trigger here on this EMA 9 reclaim, and you would just be waiting and waiting for this essentially to get expansion up, but you would want this to keep holding above that. As long as it's above it, then we have a greater chance of moving up. And I'm curious to see how that HVR now looks on that. We can see here, that median currently is at 97,400. So maybe we get a move up to there. It'll be really important though. It just kind of ties into this 98.2 to 97.8. It's pretty important, this top range, because we can see once we break that, there we get our juicy 100K level and possibly even higher. Especially when we know last time we had a volatility setup was around here, and this was 2 sessions, and this is on 12-hour, but this is still a setup nevertheless. And this just kind of shows you, when this does start expanding, this can at least give us a pretty nice move in regards to volatility, 6%. In about 2 to 3 days, really not too bad. And so that's something I'd be gauging. Watch basically that 3.79% on tether dominance and keep watching the lower time frame moving averages, especially up here. Because if you're bullish, you just essentially, even on the 4-hour, want this 9 to keep holding. It's not the best sign that we rejected that 50%, left a pretty nasty shooting star here on the 4-hour. But you now know that the invalidation would be simply, we just need to break this wick high now. And you just be cautious of that. It's good reaction, seeing the bounce off that median on the 4-hour, a nice little spring there. And again, the 4-hour EMA 100 just continues to hold. So I'd watch closely. We're kind of in like a no trade zone, especially if you're not already positioned down here. And I would just be simply waiting for that 98,300, 98,200 range break to actually guide our bias. You get that plus volatility expanding, especially on that 12-hour. Then you can kind of have more conviction to maybe play along once we actually do flip, break out, flip this, volatility starts expanding, we start seeing it like that. That could be the trigger in my opinion, but it'd just be really key on 98.2 to 98.3 getting flipped. And then if we go here to CME, I'll extend this line here. It's based on essentially this wick high, and you can just see we're still kind of consolidating on it, still looking good, very much so like spot. CME is looking amazing, and we actually did hit 100K on CME, which is something just to note. This again, looking more like in my opinion, a bull flag. And you have the flagpole, and you have the flag forming here. Again, it'll really be dependent on breaking these wick highs, which makes sense. That 100K level is pretty massive. And then on the 2-day, we just don't want to disregard that 101 resistance. It's 101,600. And then on the daily here as well, it's actually looking quite good, even better than on spot. See that 50% is currently right at the bottom of this range, right at 94,500. So you'd expect that to hold. The median, though, we're under the median now, which, is something I'm going to mentally note. But that easily could get reclaimed once we actually break these wick highs. Then we see the next level would be that $106,000 level. Similar to that spot price that I showed, we're seeing that 101, come up a lot. And then we go on the 2-day on spot, we see that 107. Just again tells me that, that 106 to 107 area should be important in regards to, rejection. And I was personally expecting us to get a bigger move. Maybe Bitcoin's currently at that, while tether dominance approaches the major support, but we just haven't gotten that. And so I just gauge that on Bitcoin dominance as well. But it is looking bullish, and the daily is looking amazing. And for me, I mean, even just below the median will be, a reaction, but that we'll want to watch closely. But you would have already been gauging that if you didn't have the HPDR, just simply off this wick high here. And you can just kind of see it's matching up nicely. So even without the HPDR, you just would have been aware of that 100,000 level essentially on CME. Bitcoin dominance, I mean, what a playbook. I mean, that's crazy. Once we identified essentially the trend shift on, I think it was it might have been 2 weeks ago on Friday. We were on a Discord town hall. We talked about this. Once we broke that last higher low, because Bitcoin dominance was easy to view. We had just consistent higher lows and higher highs, last higher low to higher high. So then you essentially want this low to hold. We fell through that. That was the shift. This was kind of my big signal on, okay, like money's flowing into alts out of Bitcoin. So inherently we'd want Bitcoin to at least consolidate and then maybe see alts move. And that's exactly what we got. I mean, even for example, ETH, aside from like XRP and all the other degenerate crazy shit we've seen this past 2 weeks, ETH is actually catching a bid, and up pretty nicely compared to Bitcoin. Bitcoin's barely up 1%, ETH's almost up 5%. And that is because of Bitcoin dominance. And it's going to be really important now to actually gauge the reaction here, at least just how I'm viewing it. We going through the HBDR on now. We're kind of at the point where we should see a bounce. I mean, we have extreme volatility reads on the 2-day, and then we're also at that 95% range, while also at my 54.3% meme line, which is a pretty strong area of support overall. We saw that, in the beginning of 2024, right around June, July. And so this is going to be important because, essentially Bitcoin dominant bulls are going to want to get a bounce here, and they're going to at least want to take this back up to that 2-day EMA 100 plus that 2-day 9, right around that 57.3. It would make a lot of sense to get a bounce here. We rally up, we get that bearish retest, maybe we reject here, or maybe we reject a little higher. But overall, I do think that you're going to get that kind of retest eventually. And this could mean that, certain alts kind of do get hit and money starts flowing back into Bitcoin potentially. So that is just something to mentally know. But Bitcoin dominance is at support now. And we even see, we take it on the 5-day, which I do like viewing ETH BTC and Bitcoin dominance on the 5-day. We actually perfectly just hit that EMA 100 on the 5-day. So you would be gauging this spot as an opportunity. You would be watching to see, okay, well, we were consistently rejecting this 5-day EMA 100. We rejected it here before leading to the breakdown. We rejected it here before leading to a breakdown. Then it wasn't until we actually broke above it that we just trekked fully on for, all kind of year. And then we mega dumped straight to it. And so how I'm gauging this is just a simple bullish retest. Yes, the daily trend can be shifted down, but as long as this daily EMA 100 holds, in my opinion, we just want to see this area not get lost, because then what you're going to really have here is you're going to start running these lows essentially and break down while losing this EMA 100. Now you're just essentially in bear market territory. I mean, once tether dominance lost this 5-day EMA 100, this essentially led to a pretty aggressive dump. Yes, we squeezed a little bit here, but overall, I mean, getting back under that just is never a good sign for, tether dominance, Bitcoin dominance. I mean, I keep saying tether dominance. That's funny. Bitcoin dominance is just never a good sign. And this is kind of what you'd want if you are bullish on alts. You want Bitcoin dominance to kind of fall and lose this important level. So that's just something to mentally note as we, go along the day. You have alts doing kind of insane numbers, XRP above $2. And this is just kind of telling me, it's not the time to start scaling into alts was around here. It was around when, ETH BTC is right at that 366 level. But now at this point, I do believe we could still get that pullback, kind of like represented here. Reject the 21, comes down, retest. And then this is where I'm going to look for potentially alt opportunities, which again lines up with my Bitcoin dominance scenario. And if Bitcoin dominance catches a bid, I mean, this could just lead into essentially Bitcoin actually going up. And then that could just, for me, solidify that yesterday what we saw could just be essentially another bottom. We'll know this is wrong, though. If we actually start losing yesterday's low, that'll be a pretty bad sign to me. If we start losing yesterday's low, then the idea that I had going into, I think it was Monday, will be valid. And we're just now watching essentially that low 91Ks, and we just don't want this low to get lost. But losing this low tells me that, yeah, you're going to definitely test back below it. And so then the metric for me will be, what do we just end up breaking this low here on this wick? And if it holds, then great. It's the Academy long is still very valid. But we're just in a very precarious spot right now. And that's why I'm saying it's not wise, in my opinion, to look for longs here. I'm not really getting too much. You want it essentially to see the consolidation above the 9 in here, but that's why today's close will be really telling. And so as a trader, we're just going to engage that and wait. But we just want to really be mindful that tether dominance really could be gearing up for a bigger bounce. Yes, it's bearish. It's in a pretty strong downtrend. And we are still under that daily 9, but we just can't disregard that 3.79%. And then once we start losing that, it's going to be a pretty key metric to me that, yeah, cryptos as a whole are probably going to break out big. But as long as we're under here at massive support, we had a pretty impressive dump already of 30%. You should be at least looking for some kind of mean reversion bounce. You make lower lows, you make lower highs, and so that to me makes sense. And yeah, that's all I really have on Bitcoin. It's kind of a no man's land, but all I know for sure is we will get volatility here soon. And as it stands, I'm still looking for a move up, assuming just everything like I mentioned holds, especially that 12-hour EMA 9.
Yeah, it feels like we're going to make alts wait a little bit longer, huh? Just simply based on where you have your Bitcoin dominance on the 5-day, hitting that EMA 100, and then probably bouncing back up. That's probably a sign of like, hey, you're in alts, get ready to get fucked while Bitcoin goes up a little bit, and then you can do a little trade with it.
It's the exact same playbook from 2017, where Bitcoin does its rally, it goes up, alts get destroyed against their Bitcoin pairing. They go up a little bit in terms of the US dollar pairing. Then Bitcoin stalls out a little bit. Bitcoin dominance takes a drop. Then altcoins go absolutely ballistic, followed by Bitcoin's move. Then altcoins. It's like a rotation.
It's a back and forth, back and forth. So right now it's presenting a big opportunity for probably, for Bitcoin right now in the short, but also for alts very soon.
Yeah, and like we've been prepared for this. So like 2017. It's looking kind of like very similar. And so what was alt season? Well, that 0.366 level on ETH BTC got reclaimed. We broke out, kind of teased people. They were already maxed long on alts. We got that retest, very logical. That's where you were supposed to long alts, because then they totally came down, reset, made the higher lows, and then we got the real breakout. And I just find it interesting how that correlates perfectly with Bitcoin dominance hitting that 5-day EMA 100. Tether dominance right around that 3.79%. And so it tells me you're either going to break through that on tether dominance, or you're going to get some kind of bounce. And if you get a bounce there, then yeah, it'll play into, bulls kind of have to wait a little longer, but we're very close, and patience will pay, and just sticking to the levels and waiting, I think, will be wise.
If we get the same, and if so far we've gotten basically the same thing as 2017, but if we get the real alt season that we got in 2017, you could basically,
this is going to be crazy.
You could close your eyes, throw $1,000 at whatever you want, and turn it into 100K.
Yeah. I hope that's the case. That I'm very interested in that, but that could be just me. I'm not entirely sure. if the entire market feels the same way.
XRP definitely does.
Oh yeah.
All right, so the monthly is still from the last month we closed over the median, and the median moved up a little bit. So right now this median is still going to be a magnet for price action as long as we're holding over this 5 EMA, which to be honest is a pretty big drop, and we'd still be bullish. The 5 EMA is sitting at $82,000. For me right now, the worst case scenario, like the absolute, well, obviously the worst case scenario is 0, but the most realistic worst case scenario is that we drop, if we continue to reject here, we drop somewhere around, and we the confirmation is we'd have to close below last week's low. We drop somewhere between 87,000 and 82,000, which is right here around this 5 EMA on the monthly, and then from there I think we would like spring into the monthly median. Right now the monthly median is sitting at $107,000. This is the area where I think like no matter how bullish we are, even if we go into the 150s, that this area is probably going to get some type of reaction and a rejection, maybe even somewhere around 10 to 15%. So get the market all fearful, get the euphoria out of the market, reset the fear and greed, and then from there I think we'd probably spring into the mid 100, somewhere around 130 to 150. If we look at our oscillators right now, the HPDR momentum is basically reset. It's currently negative, but it's not really death signal right now because it's only negative 13, so that's not too bad. It's still very close to the positive area. It only really gets bad once you kind of drop below like the 30 area. So we're still a good amount below that, above that, and we're still above the moving average. If we get below the moving average, though, the moving average is about 25. That's when we have to start getting a little bit more cautious and switch more to the bear side. But as of right now, momentum is still in favor of the bulls, and volatility is starting to shift up. If you look at the monthly jewel is flipping back around within the bullish control, basing off of this pink fast-moving oscillator, and it's about to enter into the critical zone. Last time we've entered, and this time because we rejected the critical zone the first time around, we're likely to stay into it for a good minute. Back in our 2021 highs, whenever we hit $65,000, we only really popped into the critical zone and fell back out. The only comparable time where we stayed in the critical zone for a decent amount of time was back in 2017, which is another point in favor that this is more like the 2017 rally than the 2021 rally. Same thing on the quarterly, where we're approaching the median right now. The median on the quarterly is a little bit higher than the monthly. It's sitting at $113,000. So somewhere between 107 and 113 is going to be the area where you're probably going to get like a very strong reaction. And it seems like it's big because it's $7,000, but it's not really that big considering the numbers that we're working with. That's 98. See, the numbers are so hard, it's even difficult to get it exactly on the 97. Oh, fuck, man.
We're going to need one of those screens that say, like, we'll be right back after some technical difficulties. Dun, dun, dun.
That's about like 15% of the upside. So it's still a good amount, but in terms of Bitcoin and cryptos, it's not really that much. And the quarterly momentum is still shifted up. The oscillator is pointing down a little bit, but that doesn't really matter as much because we're still above the moving average, and the moving average is still pointed up. To confirm this oscillator to also shift up, we'd have to close over the median. And if we close over the median, then this is the momentum is going to shift into the positive area with volatility support. And the last time that we've really ever shifted into the positive area with volatility support was back here in 2017. 2 week right currently has closed over the it just maintained the top 38.2, but then we opened above it, which is kind of a bullish signal to see it open above it, but it doesn't tell you that exactly that we're going to go straight up from there. What could happen is we can come back down and retest the top 38.2, which is also very likely. And that top 38.2 number lines right up with this 5 EMA sitting at right around $87,000, which is the area where I think we'd go to on the worst case scenario as long as we're still bullish. If we're not bullish anymore, then we just go smash through that and go straight down to like $60,000. Momentum right now on the 2 week is pointed up, and we're about to enter into bullish control, while volatility is pointed up to support it. And the jewel is now broken back into the bullish control. It's testing the pink and the yellow oscillators, and it's about to end on the next 1 or 2 opens. It'll re-enter the critical zone. Last time we were in the critical zone is when Bitcoin hit our previous all-time highs of around $73,000. So this time around, because we're in the same cycle, we've tested it, deviated. This time around, we're probably going to stay in the critical zone for a good amount of time, which lines up with us having another maybe six months or so on this cycle before we end up topping out and starting into the bear market, maybe 8 months, but that's still a lot of time in the crypto world. Even 24 hours is an eternity in crypto world. So 6 to 8 months is forever. And one thing that I mentioned yesterday, which I think is kind of happening, is all of these quick moves to the downside, they get immediately bought up, are getting bulls conditioned to always expect it. So then closer to the top, they start over leveraging. They see a quick move down, and they think it's going to get bought up again. They go in with their entire net worth at 10x leverage, and then it just keeps going down. Momentum right
That
now
would work on me.
Yeah, me too. Momentum on the weekly is currently flipping down, but we're still within the bullish control, and we're still above the moving average, while volatility is flipping down too, saying that this move that we're getting right now is more likely a corrective move before we resume the trend, which is currently to the upside. We're still holding the 50% on the HPDR, which is at $94,500 area, 94.86. As long as we're still holding that and closing above it, probabilities are, with how volatility is only at 53%, that we continue towards the first 61.8, where we'd get a reaction, a little bit of a rejection, somewhere around like 103, very close to that 107 number on the monthly. But then from there, we'd have a statistical target of hitting the 78.6, which is around $127,900. Very, very decent possibility that this could be our cycle top. I'm not saying that it will be our cycle top, but it's a very decent possibility that this could be the top. This could be the area where retail really gets max bullish. Everybody starts getting in on Bitcoin, like how we had back in 2021, where we hit the 60s, and then people were making Bitcoin songs, like the most cringe shit ever. Everybody was getting into crypto. Every one of those e-commerce guys shifted to crypto, and they were like, "Buy my crypto course," and this max cringe started at that point. That's when you knew this cycle top was probably it. Probably happens around 120s to 130s. Right now, the 5-day is closed over the 61.8% many times, and now it's basing off of it, while momentum is still within the bullish control, but it's slightly shifted down, and now it's below the moving average. Volatility is also shifting down, though. That gives us a target of hitting the 38.2 if we lose the 61.8. So if we lose somewhere around $94,000 on a 5-day close, we probably come back down to the 38.2, which is also going to rise. But right now, it's at around $85,000, very close to $87,000. 2-day right now is still testing the bottom of the 38.2 while it has moved up and caught up with price, which is a very bullish thing to see, because price likes to always make its way back to the 38.2. So the fact that it didn't nuke its way to get back to the 38.2 is a very good sign. They just kind of went sideways while the 38.2 rose up, and now it's basing off the bottom. So now you can consider this as a reset on the momentum for it to be able to go up again, as long as we hold this 38.2, which is right around currently around $95,000. If we keep holding that, we have probabilities of going towards the median, which right now the median is at $100,588. If we get there, the momentum is going to flip up. And since momentum is lower than where we were in all of these places, this low before, but price is significantly higher, this would give us hidden bullish divergence on the 2-day, which would be enough with volatility support to reach up towards this top 38.2, which right now, or the 50%, because they're very close, which is somewhere between $107,000 and $111,000. That's basically right at our monthly median to quarterly median. Daily has put in a nice hammerhead, but on the counter side, though, we have opened below the median, and we're rejecting it as of this moment. Momentum is shifted down. We've dropped below the moving average. Volatility is getting to very low levels, also contracting. So with this setup, if we do lose close below the median, we have a probability of coming down to this bottom 38.2, which is at $94,000, same number as we were looking at on the, I believe it was the weekly. Or another 5-day. If we close below this 38.2 at $94,000, though, volatility is going to start expanding to the downside in favor of the bears, and that's going to give us probabilities of going to the 55 EMA, which is right at like $83,000. But this is going to rise with every daily open, because it's going to take a couple of days for that to play out. Very likely it comes somewhere around the 78.6, right around $86,000 to $87,000. 4-hour right now is not really looking the best. We got 2 rejections of the 38.2. We're still holding our major EMAs, but as long as we keep rejecting this 38.2, probabilities are we come back down to bottom 38.2, which is lining up with the 100 EMA, right around $94,000. And that's the area that we absolutely need to hold for bulls to continue this to the upside from here, instead of having a more longer consolidation and pullback. Because if you lose this $94,000 area, probabilities are almost certainly you're coming back down to $87,000. Right now, momentum still is up to the upside in favor of the bulls with volatility support, but that's going to change if we lose this 38.2. Then momentum is going to shift to the downside with volatility in support of the bears. Then we have, at a minimum, I'm thinking $87,000. Shift to CME. CME right now did slightly close over the top 38.2, but now we've opened below it. As long as we're still above this 5 EMA, which is at about $82,000, $83,000, probabilities still are in favor of us going towards this top 38.2, which is at about $105,000. But if we come back down and lose this 5 EMA and this median right around $84,000 to $82,000, then probabilities are we come towards the bottom 38.2, which is significantly lower from here. It's at about $65,600. And at that point, I would say the cycle is probably over if we come back down to $65,000, which is why I'm more of a bias of that not happening, and that if we do come down, this median in 5 EMA will hold as very strong support, and then we'll probably spring from there. Momentum is starting to project the bullish control right now, but we're still above the moving average, while volatility is going down, telling us whatever moves to the downside we get is likely corrective. And the jewel is starting to flip back up around as well on CME within the bullish control, basing off the pink. CME's quarterly candle still looks insanely strong. We're holding our 5 EMA, getting a massive spring off of it, and getting a spring magnet towards our top 38.2, which right now is at about $110,800, very close to our quarterly median on spot. Two-week on CME has solidly closed over the 38.2% and closed over the 50%. The last time that this has really happened was back here freshly happened was back here in November of 2023 off the back of the Hamas setup. So we're getting that same thing right now. And if we compare where momentum was back then, it's well within bullish control. Where at that point, momentum wasn't really within bullish control. But on the counterpoint, though, is that we had a volatility coming from much lower levels. So we're probably not going to get as aggressive of a move as we did from the 2023 Hamas setup, but we should see a very nice move. I mean, it's very easy to see a 30% move from here based off of this momentum and volatility setup. And 30% from here will put us at $127,000, which is that HPDR target from spot. Weekly is not looking so good on CME after this indecision candle right here. If we lose this candle's low, like I mentioned before, which was last week's low, it's at about $91,720. That would be very, very bad. That would tell us that we're probably going to get a more deeper pullback. It's not really the end of the cycle yet. It would just it would put us on watch to where anything if we break the next support level from there, then the cycle is probably over. But right now, if we close below on the weekly on CME below $91,720, probabilities are we're coming back towards this top 38.2, which is going to rise with every weekly open. But right now, it's sitting at just at $80,000. And if we lose $80,000, that would almost be enough for me to say the cycle is over on a closing basis. Right now, momentum is shifting down. We're right at the moving average, while volatility is pointed down as well. And the jewel is just entering the critical zone with the pink crossing over the yellow, which gives me more bias that we're probably not going to break that support. Maybe we can pull back down, wipe all the late longs, wipe the leverage off the board, and then from there, the higher time frames like the weekly and the monthly would continue to play out. And with the weekly jewel entering into the critical zone. Last time we had the critical zone on the jewel was off of the Hamas setup, but it was a weaker setup because the pink did not freshly cross over the yellow. So based off this jewel, we should see a more powerful move than we did back then. But volatility doesn't really support it, so we're probably not going to get like multiple X's, but we could easily see somewhere between 30 and 50% from here, which puts us between 130 and 127 and $150,000. George is about to chug some more whiskey.
How about that video last night? My guy, you know what? He's taking away my mojo. I used to get fucked up and just do lives. I need to get back to that. I was
yes, you absolutely do.
I was straight up considering getting super stoned and doing just a live. Like, well, I'm stoned. There's no purpose.
What you should do is crack open a fresh bottle of Valoron and just chug it from the bottle while you're live.
Publicity.
It'd be like, hit it, Pedro, while you take every sip. Hit the bottle.
Oh.
The 5-day momentum is at the moving average. Volatility is pointed down. So right now, this move is very likely to be a corrective. We could go lower. It's not like this. It's not. Nothing is confirmed that the bottom is in right now. So if we were to go lower, it would still be corrective, even if we came all the way down to this 50%, which right now is at $85,000, $86,000. That would still be bulls would still strongly be in control. And then from there, this if we do hit this area, it would likely spring us up towards well over $100,000. 2-day is kind of giving us an idea that a bottom could be in, where we're basing off this 5 EMA. The confirmation for me would be we'd have to close over this 38.2%, which right now is at $97,720, which is the same number I mentioned in our group chat a little bit before. It was 97,712. If we close over this 38.2, then momentum will shift back into the bullish control. It's going to reject getting out of it. Volatility is going to start shifting up from pretty low levels. And that's going to take us probably towards the 78.6%, which right now is at $113,000, right next to which is exactly the number of our quarterly median. Daily also is holding the bottom 38.2% after putting in a hammerhead candle and holding this 5 EMA. So while momentum is breaking down towards the bearish control and volatility is flipping up. So if we continue to hold this 38.2 in the 5 EMA, momentum is likely to reject getting into bearish control. So then from there, volatility will keep expanding while momentum is to the upside. And that brings us towards the 61.8% or the 50%, which is somewhere between 107 and 109, very close to our monthly median on the HPDR. 4 hour right now is a little toppy after we rejected the top 38.2% twice. And right now we're rejecting most of our major moving averages, while momentum is starting to shift down. We're just getting below the moving average now with volatility contracting. So with this setup, we have a probability of coming down towards the median, which is a little bit lower than price, sitting at $96,300. That's going to be the area where bulls need to hold in the 4 hour or the lower time frames. 4 hour is going to start to break down. And it's going to give us volatility expansion towards the downside, towards somewhere around $94,000, which is the area we absolutely need to hold, or else we're going towards $87,000 most likely. Switch the momentum chart. Monthly momentum still is pointed to the upside, and we're holding off of the basing off of the critical zone, edge of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up on momentum as long as we're above $87,100. Very interesting number, because that's the number that I have on a worst case scenario to wick down to, which would still maintain bullish control. So if we come down to $87,000 and then we bounce off of there, the monthly would still strongly be within bullish control. The momentum would be pointed to the upside. We stay within the critical zone. And then from there, we probably get a very powerful move. Because usually whenever that happens, you test the number to flip momentum, and then you hold it, and you strongly hold it. That momentum shifts more in favor of the side that it's on. And then you start to get volatility expansion in that favor, in that side as well. Right now, we don't quite have volatility expansion. We're very close to it, just about to get over the moving average. But if that happens, if we maintain this pivot and continue to the upside from there, then we're going to get volatility expansion on the monthly. The last time we had volatility expansion on the monthly was back in December of 2023 off of November 2023 off the original 2023 Hamas setup. 2 week is still active on that Hamas setup. We're at 52% on volatility, which is nowhere near a top. We can still keep going up. Easily, we can keep going up. And which is crazy to me, seeing how much price has moved, and we're only at 52%. And we're entering into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $78,500. Pretty good amount above that right now. About like $18,000 above that right now.
That's it. Small.
Yeah, just a small amount. Just a what do you call it? Chinese electric vehicle.
And like a decent one.
Yep. Weekly is not looking the best right now. Likely that we come back down to fill this wick right here. If we lose this wick low though at about $90,700, which is a little bit lower than what it is on CME, probabilities are coming back down to retest this 5 EMA, which is right around $84,000, $85,000, and this is going to rise with every week. So it'd be very interesting to see this go move up to $87,000, which is our monthly momentum pivot. Volatility is getting pretty high to 80%. Moving average is catching up. And momentum is going to be pointed up within the critical zone as long as we're closing over $92,100. 5-day setup is still active, where we went below the 15% and then expanded for volatility above 15%. We're getting to 93% right now, and momentum is pointed up as long as we're above $95,900. Now I'm curious to see. Let's see if this how much of the statistics played out. Because with this 5-day setup, once you drop below the 15% on volatility and you start expanding above it, you have an 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move in the direction of momentum. So right now, momentum is to the upside. So we have an 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move to the upside. So let's see how much of a move we got. 69%. Very nice.
Nice.
That 30 to 35% is just an average. Doesn't mean that we can't do more of it, because there is about, I believe, 11 or 12 different iterations of it. Some of them move several 100%. Some of them move like maybe 30 or 40%. So the average gives you, some of them move about even lower than that, to like 15%. So if you take the average, it gives you about 30 to 35%. This time we've moved almost double that, basically double that. 2-day is contracting on our volatility after many periods of 100%. We're getting pretty low now. We're at 35%. Maybe the next 2-day open, please get off the table. He's about to spill my Coke Zero. Get off the table. Get off the table.
That might be good.
No good. I need my Coke Zero. There's no blood that flows through my veins. It's Coke Zero.
That is true.
Now, on this next 2-day open, volatility is probably going to drop below the 15%. And from there, we're going to be set up again to do another one of these moves like we did right here, whenever volatility started expanding from about 30% and 20%. And momentum is going to be pointed up, and we're going to maintain the critical zone at the edge of the critical zone as long as we're closing over $96,060, which we're just slightly over right now. That's like $200. Had to get a sip of that Coke Zero before he knocks it down. Daily has already fully reset on volatility. We've dropped below the 15%. We're getting close to 0%. We're at 10% right now, while the daily momentum is pointed down right now. This is a point in favor of the bulls. Bulls got 8.5 hours to save this shit. We're going to be flipped down, and we're going to reject the bullish control as long as we're below $97,560. If this happens,
that number.
Yeah, if this happens and momentum rejects the bullish control, then volatility is going to start expanding in favor of the bears, and that takes us towards $87,000. If we get volatility expansion on the daily, momentum rejecting the bullish control and flipping to the downside, plus let's see if we have anything here. No. Let's zoom in on this. That's slightly higher, so no hopium for the bears. I thought there was some bearish divergence there, but no. If there was bearish divergence stuff, that would have been very ugly. That would have probably made me think that 87s might not hold. But there's no bearish divergence, thankfully. Thank Bula Jesus.
Exactly.
4 hour right now is fully reset again on our volatility, dropping below 15%, while the 4 hour is currently pointed to the upside, and we're rejecting getting into bearish control. But we're going to be up as long as we're above $95,250. So that's kind of in favor of the fact that maybe the bulls might be able to save it by daily close in the next 8.5 hours and send us above 97.5. It's really not that much higher than price action right now. Sure, $1,300 may seem like a lot of money, but when you're dealing with $96,200, it's not a very big move. 2 hour also contracting on volatility, just getting below 15%. While 2 hour is going to be pointed down as long as we're below $96,600. Sheesh. Come on, bulls. Where are you guys at? No balls.
No. Beanie's got them all.
1 hour was expanding on our volatility off of this move up. Now we're coming back down. Volatility is contracting, and we're pointed down as long as we're below $96,700. Let's just check if there's any divergence on the RSI. My favorite coin. Imagine being a retard and not selling it at that $3 point where we were talking about how we, in the last stream, how we're very likely to get a major rejection.
Yeah.
I hope somebody asks for XRP.
Let me see. I'll give you the preview.
I'm sure
Yeah.
they will.
Oh yeah. Right after the 2 ones that I sent you, it's XRP.
Nice. I'll do that one. It's very, very interesting. So right now we have these 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly, but here on the RSI we went lower than these other ones, but we have a significantly higher low, which gives us a 4th drive of hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. If this one on the quarterly sent us from $16,000 to $99,000, what is the hidden bullish divergence from $63,000 going to send us to? 150?
I don't understand. At
So
this point, I don't understand.
Maybe George is not so retarded.
He's not. He's a smart man. He's one of my favorites. He's a
I'm
smart man with just a lot of hopium.
Hello,
injected
everyone.
into his
It's
veins.
George. I'm George. We're all George.
Let's have a little.
Next thing you know, we get hit with a copyright strike.
Well, no, he stole it from. This is from like an old TV show, I think, or an old movie.
And in George fashion, we got to have a couple of swigs of whiskey.
Oh, no doubt. Well, we gotta be able to stumble through the video though. Again, mad respect. I used to do that. I can't believe I haven't done it. I'm gonna get back to it.
People say I can't drink like I used to, and then proceed to drink like they used to. Quarterly volatility is still expanding while we're working off that potential drive of hidden bullish divergence. We're expanding on volatility from the lowest we've ever been at 20%, and we're only at 41% on volatility. So if we get volatility expansion from 20%, we're only at 40%, a 4th drive of hidden bullish divergence coming in. Maybe we're really about to enter into the banana zone. Some real retarded numbers. Let's see, anything here? Lower, nope, no divergence. Nope. Well, hey, we got it in the quarterly, so what more do you need, right?
I mean, that's the big boy.
All right, we got it here too. RSI went lower than we did here. The price is significantly higher. That's another drive of hidden bullish divergence on the 2-week. And it still has not been, basically it's been confirmed. And the only reason why it doesn't populate it is because of the look back settings I have on my RSI, which goes back to like a certain amount of bars. So it's not really going to tell you, or it's not going to light it up. And this is also another reason why you need to be able to identify divergences yourself. But that 2-week hidden bullish divergence off of this low at $54,000 with volatility expansion, 52%, like I find it hard to think we're not going to go somewhere between 130 and 150 at least. Weekly, nothing. 5-day, nothing. Nice. This from here and here, RSI went lower, price went higher. Hidden bullish divergence on the 3-day as well. Daily right now currently has some regular bearish divergence off this high here at $97,515. We've already hit our easy target of this 9 EMA. If we lose it, then we're going to continue downwards towards the middle of the RSI, and then it's going to hit the bearish control zone. The middle usually does not hold as very strong support at all. It's usually the bearish control zone that holds. Where if we lose that previous low of somewhere around like that $94,000 area, we're very likely going to hit the bearish control zone, which, what do you know, $87,000. And 4 hour currently is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. confirms in
boy.
25 minutes. And if we close below, what is this candle's close? 96,272. We're going to confirm that hidden bearish divergence. That's going to take us towards the bearish control zone at a minimum target and then the critical zone. Right now, the bearish control zone sits at 93,350, which is that very close to that $94,000 number we absolutely have to hold. And then it's going to hit the critical zone, which this number is going to rise because it's a 4-hour, but right now the critical zone sits at 83,273. Probably goes somewhere around mid-80s, right around that $87,000 target. So right now the higher time frames are still heavily in favor of the bulls, looking like we might hit some very ridiculous, retarded numbers. But when you get down to the lower time frames, our momentum is getting into pretty extreme levels. And we're putting in hidden bearish divergence on the 4-hour. We're putting in bearish divergence in the daily, and we're starting to get volatility expansion in favor of the bears. So if we do lose that critical $94,000 number, we're probably going to get a deeper pullback to somewhere around $87,000, which is going to tap our HBDR median on CME. And then from there, we very likely get not a certainty, but we're very likely going to get a spring from there, deep into the $100,000 area, maybe somewhere around 107 to like 113. Maybe we get we're very likely to get a pullback and consolidation from that point, while altcoins go absolutely ballistic. And then from there, Bitcoin probably goes somewhere to the 130s, maybe 130s at a minimum, probably, if we're still bullish from there. Because we still have volatility at very low levels on the quarterly, and we're putting in another drive of hidden bullish divergence, probably somewhere between the 130s and 150s. Maybe even higher, but I'm not comfortable saying that yet.
Good. Don't George yourself. All right. I'm going to explain this. You guys know Nvidia's next and then AG. Let's go. I don't know what's going on down there.
I smashed my shin against the table.
Oh, I thought the cat jumped on your balls.
Yeah, same.
He scratched me in the morning earlier today. I got a little bit of a wound on my foot, because he was playing around and he didn't realize that his claws go through my blanket.
Of course not. Ok, thank you, sir. Vale, pues, vamos a empezar con el análisis de Bitcoin. Vamos a ver Bitcoin, pero antes de ver Bitcoin, vamos a poner este análisis junto con la dominancia de Tether, con la dominancia de Bitcoin y con el precio de Bitcoin. Voy a agarrar las partes más importantes de todo lo que nos acaban de compartir Alex y Farhan y juntarlo en las partes más sencillas de ver. Vamos a empezar con la dominancia de Bitcoin. La razón por la que quiero empezar con la dominancia de Bitcoin es justamente por esto. Pueden ver cómo está cayendo fuertemente. Estamos en una temporalidad diaria. Voy a poner mis promedios para que vean lo abajo que están. Tienes un cruce plateado literalmente fresquecito aquí arriba, donde el promedio, la línea amarilla del 21 baja del 55. Cualquier oportunidad se presenta en retesteo del promedio de la 9, que está en 56%, y estamos en 54%, una zona bastante crítica para ¿cómo se llama? Para la dominancia de Bitcoin. Si ponemos una línea acá, pueden ver exactamente por qué. Esto ha sido resistencia y después se volvió soporte, y justamente estamos una vez más usándolo como soporte y rebotando ahí. Esto nos podría estar diciendo, voy a eliminar esto, aunque personalmente creo que esta línea es donde va a regresar esto, que estaremos ante un rebote. Si estamos ante un rebote de la dominancia de Bitcoin, ahora no estamos diciendo que te vayas a llevar estos altos, ¿no? Y recuerden, para todos los que están viendo que tal vez no comprendan qué es la dominancia de Bitcoin, la dominancia de Bitcoin nos dice la fuerza que lleva Bitcoin en el mercado. Cuando la dominancia llega a altos históricos y estás viendo a Bitcoin correr, cuando la dominancia sube y estás viendo el precio de Bitcoin subir, eso quiere decir que estás en un mercado alcista de Bitcoin y todavía no es tiempo de entrar en altcoins como Solana, Ethereum, etcétera. Pero lo que hemos visto, y fue lo que cachamos acá con ustedes, fue que este fue el tope de la dominancia de Bitcoin. Esto fue la primera entrada a alt season por acá, que fue justamente, hubieras comprado XRP, hubieras comprado cualquiera de las cosas que están pompeando en este entonces, el 21 de noviembre, y ahorita estarías muy contento, o hasta antes, yo diría que por ahí del 16 de noviembre estarías muy contento. Pero, ¿qué es lo que pasa ahora con el escenario que estamos viendo y que estamos planteando? Sencillo. Lo que creemos es que como vamos a tener un rebote, y este rebote va a ser probablemente rechazado y vamos a dar continuación a esto para que continúe alt season, vamos a crear un alto más bajo. ¿Qué tanto? Puede que lleguemos y regresemos a esta zona del 58%, no nos daría miedo. y aquí crear el nuevo alto más bajo, algo básicamente, déjenme, lo dibujo, que hagamos algo así, acá, lleguemos acá y que de acá nos rechace y vayamos para abajo. Si eso llega a ser, esto es alt season confirmado y podemos, bueno, ya estamos en alt season confirmado, diría yo. La cosa es ver ahorita este rebote. Si tienes este rebote de la dominancia de Bitcoin a subir, ¿qué es lo que esperaría? Lo que yo esperaría es que las alts como Solamis, Ethereum, XRP, todos ellos, tomen un descanso, tal vez un pullback para abajo y de ahí Bitcoin llegue a ser su nuevo máximo histórico y una vez que revierta este trade de la dominancia de Bitcoin y empiece a bajar una vez más, ahí es probablemente donde veamos las alts completamente explotar al cielo y Bitcoin una vez más lateralizar o empezar a caer. Y ahí veremos dónde estamos parados. Pero por ahora esto nos indica que si estamos en alts, que deberíamos de tener un poco de cuidado porque puede haber un rebote explosivo por acá. Así que pongamos atención. Algo que quería ver es que también estamos en volatilidad extrema. Este es nuestro índice de volatilidad. Y pueden ver que cuando tenemos rojo es volatilidad completamente en extremos, está al 100%. Ya les he dicho 1000 veces acá, está en los números. La volatilidad son la línea de colores. El promedio es la línea blanca. Y en este momento la volatilidad está al 100%, al igual que el promedio, y lleva 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 sesiones de máxima volatilidad. Y cuando esta máxima volatilidad se dio, básicamente este movimiento fue el que vimos acá. Esta volatilidad es el movimiento para abajo. ¿Qué quiere decir entonces? ¿Cuál sería la reversión de esto? Si tienes volatilidad en extremos de este tipo y viste este tipo de movimiento, esto quiere decir que este movimiento está cansado, está en extremo. Entonces vas a necesitar un reseteo de volatilidad, lo que tal vez se dé más o menos así o para acá, ¿no? Es lo que nos resetearía esta volatilidad y permitiría que dé continuación eventualmente, pero por ahorita no hay continuación. Vale. Ahora entendemos que de acuerdo a esto tenemos que tener precaución con nuestras apuestas en alts, así que manténganlo bien en mente. Vámonos a la dominancia de Tether. Espérame. Algo que quería ver en la dominancia de Bitcoin yo personalmente era esto. Justamente, pueden ver que estamos expandiendo volatilidad de arriba del promedio justamente acá y la volatilidad expande mientras el precio cae. Básicamente la dominancia de Bitcoin cae. Lo que nos dice muy probablemente, y acá tienes el promedio del 55, que vengamos pronto a retestear esta zona del 55 o hasta el 57, o hasta el 57% más o menos, porque esto lleva bastante fuerza antes de dar continuación a este movimiento, porque en esta temporalidad alta, recuerda, esto no va a ser inmediato. Lo que estamos jugando antes, como es la diaria, es en los próximos días, en las próximas semanas. Esto sería más o menos mes o meses. Así que atentos. Ok, la dominancia de Tether. La dominancia de Tether podemos ver cómo continúa en la semanal después de este gran setup de volatilidad que vimos acá. Disculpen, me estoy pintando todo con mi... Ok. Pueden ver que tenemos acá ya el setup de la dominancia, donde la volatilidad, donde la volatilidad cayó al 9% y después nos dio un setup justamente aquí arriba, subiendo el promedio arriba del 18%. Nosotros consideramos una expansión de volatilidad arriba del 15%. Recuerden eso. Si empiezas a ver que la volatilidad está subiendo en esta zona, no hay nada confirmado todavía. Aquí no hay nada confirmado todavía. Es una vez que rompes y estás por encima de la línea blanca. Y eso nos dice... Porque la volatilidad es lo que empuja cuando va en la misma dirección de un movimiento. Si la volatilidad empuja y el movimiento va para abajo, va a empujar fuerte para abajo. Si la volatilidad empuja y el movimiento va para arriba, va a empujar para arriba muy fuerte. Entonces, aquí estamos viendo cómo la volatilidad está empujando al precio y el precio va cayendo de Tether. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Que va a haber continuación en esto y esto va a ser muy bueno para alt season, va a ser muy bueno para Bitcoin, etcétera, en unas cuantas semanas o en un mes. Pero en la diaria, vamos a ver qué tenemos por acá. En la diaria, nuestro setup de volatilidad, había la volatilidad caído en todo este movimiento que se está dando y ahora está cambiando. pueden ver que la volatilidad rebota encima del promedio y ahora está yéndose para arriba, en lo que el precio está simplemente yendo de lado o posiblemente cayendo. Aquí es donde tenemos que poner atención a qué es lo que está pasando. Y probablemente vayamos a ver algo de rebote en esto, aunque puede que simplemente esta área de los 4.17 sea el siguiente. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes el promedio de la 21 y acá tienes un máximo en el 4.37 y aquí habías tenido otro máximo más alto básicamente, pero antes. Entonces vienes máximo, máximo más bajo y ahora probablemente esta zona es donde vayas a crear tu máximo más bajo que continúe para dar continuación al movimiento de la dominancia de tether a la baja. Ok. Entendido. Ahora, vamos con el rey de las monedas, el gran Bitcoin. Ahora sí podemos analizarlo fríamente y rápidamente. Vamos a empezar en temporalidad alta. Esto es una locura, por cierto, en esta temporalidad trimestral. Recuerden, estas son velas de 3 meses en Bitcoin. Deje que popule mi índice de volatilidad, etcétera, mis promedios, ¿no? Ahí están. Ok. Lo que encontramos acá, y esto es brutal, ¿no? Porque cuando normalmente quieres echarte para atrás, ver en una temporalidad muy alta, si el precio de lo que estás viendo, lo que estás analizando, el activo que estés analizando, va para arriba o va para abajo. Nosotros consideramos que como nuestro estándar de considerar algo alcista es sencillamente estar arriba del promedio de la 9 en este tipo de temporalidad. Si el precio está por encima, básicamente es alcista. Si está por abajo, es bajista. Y estamos bastante por encima. No nada más eso. Estamos con una vela en altos históricos. Nunca habíamos tenido un cierre arriba de los 71,285 y solamente tuvimos uno en esa zona. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Tienes una expansión de volatilidad en esta tabla y la expansión de volatilidad continúa. Puedes ver que acá fue donde rebotó en el promedio, sobrepasó al promedio y empezó a expandir a la alza. Si ponemos una línea vertical, podemos ver que el movimiento fue con la expansión de volatilidad para acá. Lo cabrón de esto es que el movimiento o la volatilidad normalmente se cansa en el 100%, lo han visto acá. O puedes tirarlo más abajo, en el 86.90%. Pero aún así, tienes demasiado camino para que la volatilidad corra de aquí hasta acá o hasta posiblemente acá. Y eso quiere decir que el precio de Bitcoin trae mucha fuerza positivo a la alza. Entonces, en temporalidad muy alta, sabemos que Bitcoin probablemente vaya a tener números absolutamente ridículos. Por ahí el mínimo que tenemos ahorita es 107, 108. Promedios más o menos 120, 130. Ridículo y exagerado 150, 170. Es algo de lo que tenemos. Esta es una temporalidad bastante alta, lo que puede tomar 1 año, 2 años en jugar, porque son 3 meses por vela. Vámonos rápido a la mensual. En la mensual vemos un poco de lo mismo. Voy a eliminar esta línea de volatilidad. Sí, básicamente. Referencia, una vez más me hizo esto el mouse. Denme un segundo. Ya aprendí la lección. ¡No! Un segundo. ¡No! Algo hace mi mouse, discúlpenme, que no tiene nada que ver con las tablas ni con nada, donde me hace un zoom pendejísimo. Denme un segundo, voy a abrirlo en otra tabla donde no tengo zoom y cerrar este. Perdón. Oye, pareces novato, Alejandro. Van a decir que compraste Bitcoin en altos históricos en el 2021 si continúas así, ¿eh? Ok, aquí está. Al culo con este gráfico. Leave. Ok, vámonos a la mensual, que es lo que estábamos a punto de empezar a analizar antes de que nos llevara el nepe por acá. Y podemos ver que empezamos a consolidar por acá arriba. Tenemos esta vela y normalmente movimientos de lado son bienvenidos. Es básicamente algo como lo que estamos viendo acá antes de tener continuación, donde el precio consolida en una bandera alcista. Esta es una bandera alcista para todos los que estamos aprendiendo apenas. Esta es una banderita alcista y para que tengan una referencia a estas banderas, lo puedes ver, tiene cara de bandera y básicamente el mástil es este. Y normalmente cuando ves esto quiere decir que va a haber continuación del movimiento. Tiene más probabilidades de haber continuación a la alza que revertirse a la baja. Solamente para que lo vean, algo extra que tener en mente. Ok, vemos esto, pero lo que nos interesa ver es un poco la volatilidad. La volatilidad simplemente se está yendo de lado, no tenemos ningún setup en la mensual, por lo que antes de la trimestral, ¿no? Que va a ser súper alcista, vamos a tener que voltear la volatilidad acá para que se dé ese número ridículo, porque normalmente cuando estás analizando el precio de algo, vas de temporalidad alta a la corta, y la corta es básicamente lo más cerca que estás al presente o el futuro, si lo quieres ver así. Entonces, si estoy analizando algo en temporalidad, personalmente, algo como Bitcoin, me encanta usar la diaria y recargarme en acciones adelantadas en la de 4 horas. Entonces, mientras más te acercas, más rápido vas a ver el movimiento en estas temporalidades, pero en esta mensual no hay mucho que romper. En la semanal venimos de esta explosión, literalmente un movimiento, el setup de jamás en volatilidad. El setup de jamás en volatilidad, para los que no sepan, vienes de volatilidad nula. Cuando ves las barras azules, eso quiere decir que hubo cero volatilidad, que estuvo hasta aquí abajo. Y después, cuando tienes la expansión sobre el 15%, pusimos nuestra línea meme acá. Ahí, cuando tienes la confirmación, que es justamente esta, es donde se da el movimiento agresivo. Y puedes ver que si hubieras comprado esta vela con la expansión de la volatilidad, te hubieras llevado un potente, desde abajo de esta hasta acá, 48%. Simplemente siguiendo este tipo de setups tan sencillos que tenemos. Entonces, puedes ver básicamente ya en la semanal, espérame, que la volatilidad está un poco contrayéndose, pero sigue arriba del promedio, por lo que puede continuar esa expansión. Simplemente el precio tiene que empujar a la alza para dar continuación a ello. Pero por ahora has visto, tienes una vela roja semanal y ahorita tienes otra que está formándose, pero todavía faltan 4 horas, 4 días y 9 horas para cerrarla. Creemos que acá el cero potente está en la de 5 días. En la de 5 días, acá, esta zona, esto es básicamente, si están pensando, ¿a dónde va a ir Bitcoin? ¿Qué es lo que va a hacer? Ya vi todo tu análisis, qué chido, padre. Ok, tenemos que considerar esto. En esta temporalidad, quiero que vean el promedio de la 9. Está en los 86,254. Eso es muy importante. ¿Qué estamos haciendo aquí arriba? De nuevo, una bandera alcista, la estás formando, pero tienes esta vela topera. Esta vela no confirmó ni tampoco negó nada porque no cerró arriba de ella. Si quieres negar una vela topera, tienes que cerrar por encima de ella y ese número está en 99,950. Entonces, no hemos hecho eso. Pero si quieres confirmarla, tienes que cerrar abajo el 92,547, que es la parte más baja de esta vela. No ha pasado ninguna de las dos cosas. Lo que estamos haciendo es rangueando justamente en este triángulo ascendente. En este triángulo ascendente normalmente estás creando nuevos bajos más altos, pero no estás creando nuevos altos. Y a cierto punto, cuando acaba, vas a tener la respuesta cuando llegas al final del triángulo, acá o para acá. ¿A dónde va a ser el movimiento? Esa es la pregunta del millón. Ok, acercándonos más en la diaria, yo creo que se ve perfectamente la fotografía por acá. Pueden ver que el promedio de la 9 está en 95,843, el precio está en 95,907, lo que es un poco por arriba de él. Está respetando esta línea el precio bastante. Y lo que vale la pena notar es, para toda la gente, estás creando estos máximos y estos máximos más bajos, y acá también, y acá también. Pero estás haciendo bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Por eso es un triángulo de compresión de precio y después va a dar ese movimiento agresivo a la alza. Es lo que creemos, ¿no? Veamos. ¿Qué tenemos que ver en este momento? Uno, definitivamente no queremos perder en un cierre diario los 94,500. Si perdemos esta zona, y voy a poner una línea de tendencia por acá para todos ustedes. Si perdemos esta zona, y la voy a poner en rojo. ¿Sabes qué? La voy a hacer violeta, carnal. Ahí está. Si perdemos esta zona de los 94,319 con un cierre abajo de ella, y también puedes ver que coincide que si el precio fuera a cerrar, un segundo, acabo de mover eso, que si el precio fuera a cerrar debajo de esa línea, vean esto. Estás fuera de esta misma zona. Entonces, para poder medir esto, para poder medir el riesgo de este trade, literalmente solamente necesitas esta línea meme y esta línea acá. Si el precio cae y cierra en esta zona, muy probablemente vayamos a ir a buscar los 87. Y ahora, los 87,000 van a ser muy importantes, porque si no aguantan los 87,000, nosotros pensamos que probablemente topamos, mínimo localmente, y vaya a haber continuación a la baja. Pero si lo que nosotros esperamos ver es probablemente un retesteo de esa zona y después continuación a la alza en temporalidades más altas. Porque en temporalidades cortas estamos viendo algo bajista, pero en temporalidades altas hay demasiadas divergencias alcistas que nos sugieren continuación. Además, en esta diaria tienes un reset de la volatilidad. La volatilidad está por debajo del promedio y cayó abajo el 15%, está en 10.71%, lo pueden ver acá. Una vez que esto retome para acá, a la alza, vamos a ver a dónde se está dando el movimiento. Nos podemos acercar para ver un poco más de cerca en la de 4 horas, por ejemplo, donde tuvimos este tipo de movimiento, pero luego se volvió a esconder la volatilidad por acá. Y también tenemos nuestro promedio del 200, el S&P 200 en 87,600 en la de 4 horas, que es un nivel muy importante. No lo hemos tocado desde octubre 24, para nada, y estamos muy, muy, muy por encima de él. Así que, básicamente, y lo pueden ver acá, si pierdes tu promedio de la 100, que también está justamente donde está la línea meme diagonal que va para arriba, en los 94,000, se vería mal. Y si nos acercamos aún más a ver al precio, en la de 4 horas, puedes ver que estamos haciendo tal vez un SFP. Esto, justamente acá. Si no saben qué es un SFP, eso es un breakout falso a la alza que normalmente resulta en un movimiento bajista, si es que se llega a dar. ¿Cómo vamos a saber? Con el cierre de esta vela en literalmente 3 minutos 16 segundos. Si esta vela llega a cerrar por donde está, muy probablemente vayamos a darnos una visita por acá y dar continuación después, o tal vez veamos esto, esto y esto, porque crearías otro alto más bajo, alto más bajo, alto más bajo a los 87,000 y de ahí tener el rebote si es que toda la estructura sigue tal cual como lo estamos viendo. Te quiero acercar un poco más en la de 1 hora, vamos a ver. En la de 1 hora estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo, aunque estamos aguantando el promedio de las 200. Definitivamente no queremos tener un cierre abajo de los 95,731 en esta vela en 2 minutos 37 segundos. Y en general, vámonos a la diaria. En la diaria lo que no queremos ver es bastante sencillo. En la diaria lo que no queremos ver es simplemente, si somos alcistas, vamos a decir, somos alcistas, ¿qué es lo que buscamos? Idealmente un cierre arriba de los 97,500. Un cierre arriba de los 97,500, que es esta zona, nos diría que muy probablemente vamos a ir a crear nuevos altos de una vez. Pero un cierre abajo de los 94,379 probablemente nos esté diciendo que vayamos a visitar esta zona de los 92 y si falla la zona de los 92, vayamos a darnos una vuelta a los 87. Y si no aguanta los 87, eso se va a ver mal. Pero básicamente Bitcoin se ve alcista, estamos al pendiente de la tabla en la de 4 horas, sobre todo donde estamos haciendo el front run de esto. Y justamente vamos rebotando en el promedio de 55, va a aguantar, falta 1 minuto 30 segundos. Vamos a ver cómo cierra esto. Let's see how this closes, boys. 1 minute and 30 seconds. 4-hour candle. Let's go. Is it going to hold the 55? No, it's dropping.
8-hour closing as well.
8 hours also closing?
Yeah.
Is it that dramatic? No, but the 8 hours not that dramatic. I think the 4 hours more dramatic because it's got that 55 EMA on it. It's losing.
It's 8 hours still pretty bad if we close below that green candle's open.
So the 8 hour is bad too because we're gonna possibly lose 95,600. We'll see right now. And doing that, I mean that let us down.
If we lose that previous candle's open, that's pretty bad. That green candle.
And that too, yeah. Plus we have a volatility set up on the 8 hours, so that's just guiding our bias down now. But we are we are at the 34, so that is the small hopium. But
my bias right now is 87K.
87.
So you think we're going towards 87K first before we
So
go do new highs?
Yeah, I think
then
so.
that's just
20
the
seconds.
the 4-hour EMA 100 gets lost when you go to the 200. That's at 87,500.
Yeah, that's where exactly. There's a lot of confluence right there.
Yeah, and that would make sense. I mean, it still would be it'd be brutal, it sucked, but it'd be fun to short and could be a nice opportunity.
10 seconds gonna close above 5, 4, 3, 2. Nice.
What time does Powell speak?
That's a good question.
So was this bad? The close on this one?
So the 4-hour is not good. We just lost the 9, and it looks like the shooting star I mentioned on the 4-hour actually played out because we got, the follow through. And so now what you'd expect is either maybe a move down to 95.6 and we get a bounce back up to maybe 96,000, 96,100. You generally would want to see a rejection there. The hopium, though, is that essentially the 8-hour...
The 4-hour just confirmed the hidden bearish divergence.
That mixed in too with the volatility setup. That now we have another tick of zero volatility on the 4-hour.
Yep.
Yeah, zero volatility, hidden bearish divergence. That's a setup for downside.
And I think, Barn, did we close under... This is... What chart is this on? I think this is Coinbase. No, this is Binance. I think we lost the 4-hour median too on Binance.
Switch to the HPDR.
This seems like it could be a low leverage short opportunity if price goes back to 96. Oh, wow. Wow. It's really following.
Yeah, we're getting follow through on it too.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
For me,
we are.
It would be easier to short even on a lower time from like a 15-minute, even like a 5-minute. But at 95,600, we just want that to get lost. Because what you don't want to do is open a short here at 95,600 and we end up bouncing because it's just been support. And so once we lose that, even on a lower time frame, you could play that because you just know if we're under there, we're probably going to break down. And then, as long as we don't reclaim that, you can just hold the short. But I still think we're going to go back up to 96, reject that, test the 4-hour 9.
Yeah.
Just get a nice rejection in because we have the 21, the 34, and the 9 all around the same area. So you would generally want to see a pump up and then get a nice rejection there. And that'll just
at the 96.71 area. There you go. There he goes. It's doing it. All right. Either way, let's go into the next one. I'm sorry, you're doing Nvidia, Alex.
Yes. Let me get to that chart.
Nvidia's
looking good now. Let me get to it. There we go. It's actually looking good now. So me and Fine were talking about a possible short. This was 2 days ago, and it was just solely based on this chart, where we were to, just with the moving averages, and the fact that it just looked to me like it was potentially going to break down. We got the retest here of kind of where I filled my short. The issue is once the 4-hour reclaimed this meme line plus the support line that I have at 140, and then on top of that, it closed above the 4-hour EMA 34. For me, that's kind of like the last stand, last area of support. Once you reclaim that, you generally go up because you can just see visually there's nothing but kind of air here. For me now, I got stuck out of my short, and that's fine. Lost like 1%, a little less than that. And now I'm actually looking for possibly a bullish setup on Nvidia. Nvidia, and it'll really be dependent on today, actually. So what we have here potentially is a nice 2-day and 3-day reclaim with volatility giving us a setup. And you can just see here, reclaiming that 3-day 9 generally is a good sign for Nvidia. And then when we know that we also have volatility here, plus we're breaking back into this channel with like a nice SFP, that at least can guide our bias to at least testing the highs again, right around that 149 to like 150 area. And then there will be, the decision point if we break out or break down. A breakdown easily could just retest this channel, and then we come and get that breakout. Kind of like what we saw here. Nvidia likes these channels, and this was the last one we identified where we had the throwback and then we broke out. And we just were kind of looking at this next channel, essentially. The breakdown, we tried to short it. Didn't work. That's okay. And so now what we're gauging is this 2-day and 3-day close today to kind of see where we end up closing these candles. Because for me, if we end up closing anywhere back above that 140, like 50, 140, 45, it's actually going to be a really good sign. And then you generally just then would want that area to hold giving us more of a probability of us testing that 150 level, big level, because that's essentially the retesting the all-time highs. We throw the HBDR on the 3-day. You can see also that this 3-day close is going to be important, because what that'll do too is get us right back above the 3-day median, and that'll just kind of guide our bias, because then we just know, well, then the next area would be right around that 150, and we already have the next target there. So then, maybe Nvidia does make a new all-time high from here. We end up seeing this volatility expand, because we know once this gets under 15%, this gives us a setup. And on the 3-day, we now have, one session of zero volatility. So it is just like a ball underwater. Once you let go of it, it just springs up or down, whatever, whoever is in control. We can see, on the 3-day, you really haven't actually had that many setups on here. The last one being here in 2021, which I actually thought we would have like a one sooner. And so we know once this gets above 15%, you get the setups. We'll go here. I think I already have the line. Okay. Yeah, let me make this a little bigger. Perfect. And so this was actually the last time we had this kind of, like, obviously this had multiple readings compared to our one, but this just shows you at least the last one we had. And so this one was actually, I believe, upon confirmation here, this, I think, let me see here, 15%. So this was generally like right here. And so what we see here is we had this nice pump up, but then I do believe volatility started to expand down slightly. Yeah, I mean, actually, yeah, I mean, this was, Farn, would you say this expanded to the upside last time?
On what? Yeah. No. Yeah, it expanded a little bit, and then it started expanding more to the downside, and then it expanded more again up.
Yeah. So yeah, okay. So it is a little tricky, but overall, it did expand up. And so generally, we'll just take that from
that was like kind of like a wipe out all the longs before we shoot up.
Yeah, making it not easy, especially even here. It's funny to note, this wick is confusing because you just like took out all the stops below here, fell down, formed a bottom, and then we had the real move. So, from this wick low, essentially, I'll take that from when at least volatility reached that 90%. And that was, right around a 40 to 46% move up. And so that's kind of the same setup we're getting now. That's why it's important to watch this. And going into this week with a short bias on Nvidia and being wrong, and that's perfectly okay. But we just don't want to stay wrong. And so that's why I wouldn't position myself now in this, and I'm not. But I'd actually just rather wait and just simply see where this 3-day and 2-day closes, because reclaiming that median is a great sign. We know we go here, we see once it was below and it got back above, we started to move back up. And especially when we have the channel, the SFP, the 3-day EMA 21 holdings, so then you generally then want that EMA 9 to get back to support and hold it to actually get our expansion up. And so that's something I'd be gauging now. And so I'll be watching closely for actually potentially a setup. On the 2-day too, you'll see why it's important, because, reclaiming back above this channel, and then also the 2-day 9 will be pretty powerful actually. So I'd expect at least maybe a little retest on the next opening candle, maybe around that 140 to 140.50 to 140.60.
Very interesting to see that top meme line up exactly with the median, which is kind of an ascending triangle. So if you close over the ascending triangle, you'd close over the median, which gives you a measured move to a little bit higher than that 50%.
Yeah, so exactly, and that's exactly what I was about to say too.
Noise.
You have, volatility. We're above the moving average. We are still under 15%, but it is close. And so, this 2-day and 3-day close, which is happening today, will be very telling, because as Farn mentioned, this is a pretty important level then. If we get back above here while also breaking back out, with the meme line, then yeah, I do think that Nvidia will easily make a new all-time high again. And I'm watching that 160 to 161 level. And especially with what we see with the 3-day volatility read. Last one, granted, that had many sessions, but I mean, even a move, if we say from here up to like that 150, that's a 9%, and then maybe that 160 to 160, that's a 13, almost 14%. So pretty big move overall, I mean, for stocks. So Nvidia, it's quick to see. It's nice to see the quick shift, because it was looking bearish right here. and it made sense to short the retest. But we just essentially didn't want to see this last breakdown high here get taken out, and so we are taking that out. One thing to note here is the daily median is currently at 143.44, and so that kind of will be my at least if the daily reclaims that today, with the 3-day and the 2-day reclaiming the 9, the 3-day reclaiming the median for the first time in a while. Then that'll be this will guide my bias. Yeah, we're probably going to see a bigger move on Nvidia, at least to testing the all-time highs, and then breaking simply this all-time high wick high would just simply be our key indication that volatility is probably expanding, and then we're probably going to actually test that 160, and then from there you should expect some kind of pullback. The question will just be how deep of a pullback that will be, and that could mean we either just test this wick high here at 153, or even come back down and flip this into support at like 150. But overall, my bias now is up on Nvidia, and it's looking pretty good. We go to the weekly too. I mean, we could just see the 9 here held pretty nicely. Let me take this off. Oh yeah, one thing to note here about this weekly, we see that 50% is at 162. So we're just constantly seeing that 158 to 162 level come kind of frequently with Nvidia on multiple time frames. The weekly is closing in 2 days, so we see the 9 is still held pretty nicely. I'm curious to see how the 5 looks on it. And so we see last week we lost the 5. This week we possibly could be reclaiming it. What's nice about this weekly 5 is, again, it's just coming in right around this meme channel here. So this is pretty nice, and at least good confluence for me that, yeah, I mean, once it gets solidified with the weekly, reclaiming the EMA 5, popping back into this channel, you're probably going to start seeing it move back up, filling some of this wick, take some of that liquidity. The big question will be, do we break out first, or do we end up coming back down and testing right around that 145 to 144, similar to what we saw here, where we just kept testing it, breaking down. We were about to break out, earnings came, we came all the way back down, tested the 34, the channel, and then that's where we had the real move, actually back tested it, and then we made the all-time high. So it could be similar in that way, but it is nice to start seeing it all come together, because if you are in stocks or even in crypto, I mean, Nvidia is more that higher beta risk asset. So if that's doing good, then that's just, in my opinion, a good sign for risk on. The 2-week here, not really getting much. I'm curious to see how the HBR looks with it. You can see, yeah, I mean, look at that median. Just it's interesting because this last 2-week we were below the median and rejected it. Then on the opening, the median came all the way down, right where that 2-week EMA 21 is. We're holding the 50% now, and I mean, technically, once we break out again, we see that 160 number pop up again. So I would expect maybe around there to see some kind of consolidation or pullback. But this 2-week actually looks pretty good. We also see that volatility is starting to curve up. Yes, it didn't go all the way back down. That's okay. It's on a 2 weeks, so it's slower. Not really getting much on the volatility here, but it looks healthy and it looks good, and it actually looks to me like how the candles are. Like, yeah, this really does want to break out. So that'll be interesting. And then let's check the monthly real quick. And then you can just see here, this monthly median, perfect retest of it. That was right at 137.51. Just visually, you can see this just looks like it wants to go up. And this is what I'm saying, like, as long as, even without the HBDR, because you kept hearing all year, right? People are just getting smoked, trying to short this. And you generally don't want to get too bearish on something if the monthly, but then even the weekly here holds the EMA 9. You can see once we lost the EMA 9 here, we did get a pullback. And yes, it doesn't always have to be this clean, but it was here. And this was kind of our sign. And that's why I like watching the 9, the 21, the 34, because we found some kind of support right at the 34. Big drop down if we would have lost that. And so it makes sense that would have held. And then even back here in 2023, it's like once it loses the 9, it quickly reclaims it, bullish, it goes up, makes a new high. Loses it, goes to the 21, bounces. And so why I'm mentioning this is, as long as we are above the weekly 9, but then most importantly, the weekly 9, the monthly 9, you really shouldn't be too bearish on this with shorts, especially when the HBDR is looking like this. And I mean, technically, it really looks like it wants to go to that 181 level over time, of course, because this is a monthly. And so to me, Nvidia really does look like it wants to at least test the all-time high, if not break it. It will be actually really important, though. Bulls really just want to break this wick high. Makes sense. That's just the top of the range we have. But it is just a wick high, so it makes sense. Liquidity is there. People are short, and their stops are right there. And that kind of is what fuels us. I don't think we'll go to 180 in a straight shot. Watch that 160 first to 161. That should be strong resistance. Kind of just what we've seen with the levels that keeps coming up on multiple time frames. And you should just be gauging how the 3-day closes today, considering we do have a volatility setup now. So what you want is you want basically a 3-day closure back above that 140 30 essentially. That'll just mean we're back above the 9. We've reclaimed back into the support channel essentially, and then also reclaim the 3-day median, which we know once that does occur, we generally do go up. And then you just be gauging to see, okay, is volatility expanding yet? Is it expanding? Which is going to obviously stay at extreme lows for multiple sessions as we saw here. But generally, I mean, this is a good sign. I'm curious to see too how the Bollinger Bands are looking. Okay, nothing of concern there. Still could easily contract. And then the daily. Sometimes it's all meshed up. Okay, cool. So we do see that. I mean, the daily is starting to get tight, but it easily could start pinching, even like what we saw here, and that's not yet occurring. So we'll just have to see how today closes. But for me, yeah, Nvidia's looking good, and I mean, visually, it just seems to me like it wants to go up and test 150. So we'll see if that does happen. And I mean, from that point where we're at now, it's a 5.3% move. So there's still a lot of meat to this trade. I do think if you were short, because the academy, I gave it in the academy, didn't work out. That's perfectly okay. Today could trigger a long, which I'll be watching closely because it's okay to, be wrong. It's just not okay to stay wrong. If we end up reclaiming, like I mentioned, on the 3-day to the 2-day, that easily could bleed into the weekly, and then ideally the 2-week. We get all those components, and yeah, maybe into 2025 in like January, February, we actually do see a 180 Nvidia, which would be pretty nice. It's like, $40, $38 move up. So
yeah, even on the weekly, just looking at it right now with this, I feel like this is quite a simple structure for anyone to look at Nvidia. You see how it went up here. It basically just closed one time above here. Then it dicked around, came down. Then he tried to go again, but he didn't even fucking close above it. And when he did, it went to another range. And it's playing right now in this range. So it's kind of being fucky. It's just like going sideways. It seems like it's going to be like the name of the song for a while before you see that continuation toward the upside, which I've no doubt that that'll be the case. But right now it's just being fucky as fuck.
No, and I agree. And that's why, like, even when I'm gauging even the daily Bollinger Bands, the 3-day, because volatility is there giving us setup, but it still can stay low. That's why when I'm gauging the Bollinger Bands, it's important for me to see if they're pinching, because generally when you're getting pinching bands, that means then just theoretically you're going to see a move soon. But when they're still getting tight, but they're not pinching, it just tells me, okay, we definitely could just range a little bit more. And that's what you'd want for those to actually start to pinch and get super tight. And then you see the expansion. So I agree with you. We definitely could keep chopping. Or, even the 3-day and the 2-day get the good close back above that 140.20, 140.30. And then we just simply hold it and then just consolidate above it. Would be perfectly okay too.
Yeah, it's just a matter of closing in this range so you can start playing within the range before going into the next zone. But I think just not losing this area right here of the 140.66, which also has a lot of confluence with everything you were showing, would be key if you're a bull on Nvidia, basically.
Yeah, exactly. No, and I agree. And it could be giving a long setup potentially.
Yeah.
But you just want to be aware that 3-day could still stay at zero volatility for a while, just like we saw in 2021.
Thank you, sir. And hang on. So we had, I know Farhan's going to do XRP. Salamis.
Oh, cool. All right.
Well, Solana just confirmed on this 4-hour close bearish divergence.
Interesting. Salamis bearish divergence. Interesante. Solana, una Divergencia bajista, así que atención, acaba de confirmar en la de 4 horas. En la de 4 horas, así que no se me pongan locas. Vale, vamos a ver Nvidia. Nvidia. Sigo picándole a esto como si estuviera... Ok, vale. Lo primero que vamos a hacer es empezar con la vista choncha. ¿Saben qué? No sé si hemos visto la tabla de 6 meses en Nvidia o no, y si tiene algo de sentido, pero ¿por qué no lo... ¡Puta madre! No, mam, imagínate. Güey, qué gráfico tan potente. Lo rápido, ¿no? This is just straight up. This is crypto. Dude, imagine just like being lucky enough and buying right here.
What fueled all of this, though, is that the retards who tried to short the top every single time.
Every
and
time,
they
yeah.
just sent it higher.
Yeah, and they just keep saying that they will, and they keep will, and they keep will. Like,
I'll get the top next time.
Yeah, and it just doesn't go. So now I also I took a mental note on that. Whenever I see a lot of people saying it's time to short one thing, it's just gonna run forever, and then, the narrative on it was like that. Yeah,
and then once they're eventually right, their account is going to be gone.
Yeah, exactly. It's like death by 1,000 cuts, and like I showed on the monthly, there was nothing on the monthly to tell you that the top was in on Nvidia ever. I mean, it still hasn't really. So
now I would be on a little bit more caution though, because we're putting in a double extreme on the volatility.
And this is on the 6 month.
The double extreme is usually where you get the pullback.
Yeah.
On this one right here.
Yeah, because you have one extreme, then it started contracting. Then you got another massive move to the upside, and then you got a second extreme.
Interesting. Oh, yeah, you explained that the other time. You kind of also have it in the monthly.
Yeah.
All the high time frames, even like the quarterly and the 12-month.
Yeah, this is the quarterly. Wow.
So like bueno, estamos... That was like massive green dildos into the next 6 months, possibly. We still might make a new high, and it still doesn't invalidate the 160. But I mean, I'm mentally noting, okay, maybe we're not going to get those. Like, I don't even know what percent of candles those 3 quarterlies are, but it just at least tells me the steam could start slowing down. Doesn't mean necessarily tops. It doesn't mean that, like, So we'll see.
This one candle from bottom to top is 102%. Just this one candle.
I'm very curious about something. Let me check this RSI. What? There's probably some bearish divergence being put in right now. Let's see.
It would kind of make sense looking at this.
That's so strange. There's like some very, very slight bearish divergence off the previous highs, but now the current candle RSI is higher. Not really very much bearish divergence at all. Okay, the quarterly has some very slight bearish divergence. I'm guessing maybe we might get one more move to put in the real bearish divergence to put in the top.
What do you have a number where that could like
where it would play out?
Yeah, so you would have to close below about $90.69 to put in a local top.
I see. What about the high though? Because we would want to make another drive.
To go continue higher, you'd want to close over $140.76 on the quarterly.
See, there's that fucking number right there.
Yeah.
That to me is the most important zone. That seems to be the expansion zone, if we can get to it. Because once you do that, this is the first time you're closing above where these candles closed on the quarterly.
6 months has bearish divergence though, and you'd have to close below same $90.69 to confirm it.
Whoa. Well,
that's a pretty massive drop from where we are now though.
96. You said $96.
Well, yeah. if SMCI is a little related to this, and SMCI maybe is running ahead of Nvidia to what the move was, that shit went down 85%, and now it looks like it's going to go back up 100%.
And the yearly also has bearish divergence, but also you'd have to close below $90.69. If the yearly bearish divergence is confirmed, then yeah, we're probably going to drop massively. Because Nvidia has never put in yearly bearish divergence ever.
Wow. Wow.
And the last time the 6-month put in bearish divergence, we went from $34.65 all the way down to $14.61. So like a 75% drop.
That's what I'm saying. So maybe SMCI is just leading the charge. Maybe. Just maybe.
79. I mean, 79% drop would take us right to that yearly median at $29, basically.
I have been hearing like the narrative starting up that when the inauguration happens, it's going to switch over from like chips and AI to software. But then again, all these people who usually push that shit, you should do the opposite of what they say.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, if someone said it on TV, then yeah. Oh, this guy, thank God he told us all, get the fuck out of here. All righty, I'll get to it. Thank you, guys. That's interesting as fuck.
Yeah, so like maybe it is, maybe, you know, like I said, maybe we do see like 161, 180. But then there, I mean, I would be looking for some major consolidation, multi-month consolidation, if not a major pullback.
Yeah. That would make sense. Pueden ver cómo tenemos extremos en volatilidad en esto y en altas temporalidades como la de 6 meses y en la anual tenemos divergencias bajistas que podrían jugar en Nvidia, pero la cosa es que tendría que cerrar más o menos alrededor de esta zona, donde pueden ver el promedio de la 9 en los 86, que es una caída bastante choncha desde donde está ahorita. Pero bueno, eso es en temporalidades súper altas y por la volatilidad en extremos que estamos viendo también por acá, podemos ver que este setup de volatilidad nula, ni siquiera, no, ¿esto qué es? Mensual, olvídenlo. Y ahora la volatilidad está contrayéndose en lo que el precio está haciendo esto, lo que esto podría hacer, darnos como la idea de que esta podría ser el último empuje a llegar a nuevos máximos antes de poder detenerse y nuestros objetivos en máximos son por ahí del 160 a 180 dólares por ahora, es lo que estamos viendo. Pero vamos a analizar rápidamente Nvidia en la semanal para todos ustedes, para que lo puedan ver tranquilamente. Hemos visto cómo está literalmente solamente subiendo desde el 2022. Ha estado en básicamente un elevador hacia arriba. Yo creo que esta es la manera más fácil de poder ver a Nvidia y por qué me gusta tanto. Tienes este triángulo ascendente donde estás creando bajos más altos, hay continuación y también creaste altos más altos, pero hasta acá. Y esta es una vela topera semanal, ¿ok? ¿Por qué es una vela de tope? Sencillo. Una vela de tope es cuando el 25% de la vela, el cuerpo de la vela, que es la parte choncha de la vela, no la flaca, la parte gorda de la vela ocupa 25% del tamaño de la vela completa y está cerrando en la parte de abajo. Y puedes ver que eso justamente, mientras más abajo, más topera. Entonces, es topera, pero no locamente. ¿Qué hubiera confirmado que este es un tope? Si esta vela hubiera podido haber cerrado acá, en los 136.84, pero en vez subió, engañó a todo el mundo y cerró en 138.16. Ahora, esto ya la cancela, no, porque para cancelar esta vela topera a la alza, tienes que tener un cierre arriba de los 153 dólares. Y no hemos tenido eso, pero ni cerca. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo en este momento? Puedes ver, y lo que me gusta de este canal es simplemente analizar las velas, porque acá no habías tenido un cierre nunca arriba de esta zona en los 132.15. Nunca. Esta vela no cerró ahí, cerró aquí abajo. Esta vela cerró por debajo de. La vez que rompiste los 131.96 o 132, diste esta expansión hasta los 152. Y ahora puedes empezar a ver que queremos cerrar arriba de esta línea. Solamente cerramos fuerte acá y luego volvimos a caer y estamos literalmente jugando con esta zona. Donde nosotros vemos que hay una gran oportunidad y donde se queda alcista esto. En las señales de la academia les mandamos una señal para hacerle un cortillo. A Nvidia teníamos el setup, nos salió mal. Fue una perdidilla de 1%, nada mal, se la puedes llevar a casa. Y ahora lo importante es poder estar del lado correcto de esto, lo que nos está dando por ahora una posibilidad de tal vez entrar en long, pero todavía no. Esto sería más o menos dónde, porque por ahora estás en medio de esto y no hay nada claro. Vamos a poner los promedios y puedes ver que el promedio del 5, por ejemplo, en la semanal está justamente donde está esta línea blanca, esa línea meme, y es justamente a lo que me refiero. Quieres siempre cerrar arriba de esta línea meme. Con varios cierres continuos arriba de esta línea meme en los 140, 70, vas a tener posibilidades de ir a estos 150. Ahora, no es una cantidad ridícula, es solamente un 5%, pero una vez que estás acá, tienes para caminar a los 152 y romper. Una vez que rompes esto, muy probablemente vas a dar esa continuación hasta los 160, 180 que tenemos nosotros en todos nuestros indicadores. Pero por ahora la volatilidad está hasta contrayéndose después de haber expandido a la alza y ahora está contrayéndose, lo que nos dice que esto es un movimiento de corrección o de consolidación. Vamos rápido a la de 2 días, no, a la de 3 días. Y en la de 3 días nos cuenta un poco de la misma historia. Pueden ver que el promedio de la 9 está justamente 140.41 en vez de 140.76. Esta es una zona muy importante para el precio de Nvidia, pero muy, 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 muy importante. Tener este cierre acá en 4 horas 29 minutos nos va a hacer sentir muy bien positivamente de que esto vaya a hacer algo por acá, aquí, tal vez juegue en esta zona, a buscar esto, ir ahora rompiendo y teniendo cierres encima de esta línea meme, que también está en 148.93, y lo que pueden usar simplemente es el alto de estas velas en la de 3 días para poder marcarlo. Una vez que rompes eso y tienes un cierre ahí arriba, bueno, 2, 3 cierres acá, esto nos va a dar la continuación y confirmación de que vamos para arriba y vamos a continuar. En la de, y espérame, había un setup de volatilidad en esto, 1, 2. Lo que habíamos visto es que la volatilidad está justamente preparando para crear un setup y está regresando, está en 1.19%, muy abajo, pero sabemos que hay varios periodos, puedes llegar a este periodo de literalmente, ¿cuánto duró? Desde diciembre 1 hasta febrero. O sea, puede durar bastante tiempo con la volatilidad nula, pero por ahora Nvidia está dando este sorpaso para la alza en la de 3 días. Vamos a ver la de 2 días cuando cierra. La de 2 días también cierra en 4 horas 28 minutos y de nuevo 140.86, zona muy importante. Yo creo que es lo que están viendo y por eso está dando este zampompazo mínimo por ahora. Tal vez te la tiren al final del día, pero se ve bastante bien y puedes ver que la volatilidad en la de 2 días, que es una temporalidad más cercana, está acercándose al 15%. Vamos a poner una línea del 15% acá. Ok, una vez que rompamos esta línea con la volatilidad acá, esto nos va a dar confirmación de que va a apoyar al movimiento que dé Nvidia en ese entonces. Hasta ahora parece que esta expansión viene con las velas verdes, por lo que podría llevarnos a ese lugar. En la diaria, como sea, la volatilidad está contrayéndose, ni siquiera se está yendo de lado, está contrayendo, cayó debajo del promedio y va a crear otro setup a cierto punto. Esto podría ser un movimiento correctivo. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo entonces en Nvidia rápidamente? Queremos que esto aguante, porque, espérame, no, ok, estaba viendo si había un patrón por acá, pero no hay nada. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando? Queremos definitivamente que Nvidia tenga un cierre encima de esta línea meme. Queremos también ver que el promedio del 9 se vaya por encima del promedio del 21, que está en 140.66, el 21, que es el amarillo, lo pueden ver en esta zona. Y teniendo cierres arriba de esto, vamos a poder sentirnos confianzudos de que esto va a dar continuación a la alza. Primero vamos a tener que esperar acá a tener mínimo 3 cierres diarios para que nos dé algo de comodidad poder decir que abran un long para poder dar continuación a esto. Pero por ahora estamos pendientes y asegurándonos de que no estemos haciendo este alto, alto más alto y probablemente un alto más bajo, lo que también se vería como un poco de un hombro, cabeza, hombro a la baja, y el objetivo sería más o menos por ahí de los 90. ¿Ah? O sea, sí. Pero por ahora, aguantando por acá, encima de esta línea, yo creo que los 140.76 es tu zona crítica. Si eres alcista en Nvidia, simplemente teniendo varios cierres ahí diarios, te va a empezar a sentir bien. Y oportunidad de un long te la vamos a dar cuando esté acercándose más. Para toda la gente que está en las señales y también en las live clases, todo lo que nos manden en los live classes que no podemos acabar, lo analizamos para ver si hay un setup al final del video. Esto lo empezamos a hacer el lunes y de ahí les mandamos en las señales también, les mandamos si hay una alerta para entrada o no, pero solamente para que lo sepan. Vale, esto es Nvidia, entonces, importante este nivel en los 140.76, poder continuar esto y obviamente ir a barrer este máximo en los 152. Solamente creemos que va a tomar bastante rato, no va a ser algo que en 2 días pase. Es todo. Vale, alrighty. What do we got next? Is this...
XRP, right?
No. So now we're doing AG.
AG.
You're doing AG, and then it's Solana and XRP.
Oh, perfect.
Did you see the new Koenigsegg? Looks so fucking ugly. Looks
No,
like
I saw your message, but I haven't seen it. I was
They
just
tr-
talking out of my
they-
ass like always.
They tried to combine the P1 and the 720S, and it just doesn't work. And from the side, it looks just like every single other Koenigsegg ever.
Okay, quickly, just for everyone to see this.
Every single Koenigsegg they've ever made looks identical from the side because they use the same chassis over and over and over again.
Hang on. Let me show you this.
Instagram Dan blocked me for saying they all look the same.
By the way, you're a mega rich fucking Chinese guy. Like, what the fuck do you care? He's stealing from the Utopia. He always does that shit, and Horatio fucking gets mad, dude. Mad. Like, look at the headlines and like the bubbly top at the front, like right here, and kind of like the cabin. Like, this is all Utopia.
You know the meme where the girl's doing homework and this guy's like peeking over at her homework.
Yes, that's what he's doing.
Horatio and Christian.
All right. Oh no, we're doing AG. AG.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I haven't shared my screen yet.
Oh, that's my
Let
screen.
me see. AG. Wait, is that it? Is that the
No,
one?
this is mine.
I think it's a stock.
Oh, yeah, it's called First Major Silver Corp. We already analyzed this one. It's at a very interesting point right now.
But if you ever put that shitty ass Koenigsegg on a track against like a 911, they're gonna blacklist you from ever buying one ever again.
Well, now what they're really good at censoring, and brands do the same thing, so that no one can say anything bad about their cars. It's not only about the dealers or anything. They also tell the clients. So they go to the client and say, you loan this car to someone that talks bad, you're never getting another car. So people are all like, this is the greatest car of all time with everything because of that.
I would bet my entire net worth, and not even an RS, just a regular GT3 would wipe the doors off of this shit.
100%. No, dude. I mean, yes, I can go in all that bet all day long, and I'll even bet my dick and my balls in it. That's how certain I am.
We're gonna start on the quarterly on this. This is in a heavy downtrend. We have a silver cross to the downside. We're constantly just rejecting this 21 EMA. Well, right now momentum is shifted up, but volatility is going pointed down, telling us that whatever move we're getting to the upside right now is likely a corrective move. The way to invalidate that, because you would need everything needs an invalidation, is you'd have to close a quarterly candle over $9.81. If you close over $9.81, all right, pressure is back onto the upside, and we're likely going to revisit these highs somewhere around $15 to $16. But until then, this is still in a heavy downtrend, and we should be expecting down, which is in favor of the trend. What's slightly in favor of the bulls is that we opened above the median, but it's not really, it doesn't really matter until we close over the median. And we still got 27 days and 5 hours to go. So until then, we have to assume that the trend is going to continue and that this candle is going to fail. Probably going to close below $5.85, which is the median. That gives us a 61.8% chance of hitting this bottom 38.2, which is at $4.32. But the reason why it's likely not going to stop there is because that's going to be tapping this wick low again, where there's probably a fuck ton of stop losses in this area, a lot of liquidity, which is going to drive this lower. And since we're coming from such low levels on our volatility, that's going to take us somewhere around the 61.8% to the 78.6, which is about like $3.61 to $3.24. That's somewhere around these lows right here. At that area, this is going to be the area where bulls are going to absolutely have to step in, because if they don't, this is going to hit new lows. This is probably going to revisit these lows all the way down here below $1. And at that point, momentum is going to reject the flip back around, deviate the positive, flip back down. It's going to get volatility support. And from a quarterly volatility expansion with momentum to the downside, is going to be very, very bad. Let's see if I can find a comparable one. Like we did it right here with slight volatility expansion from this high, and then we dropped about, let's see, percentage-wise, about 78% to the downside after that. Isn't silver going up? Why is this going down?
I don't understand the relation between miners and those companies, to be honest with you. It seems to be that the people, like, because I follow a lot of boomers, like a lot, more than anyone could possibly imagine.
The most
And
amount of
all of
boomers
them,
you've ever seen.
by the way, all of them, all those boomers are completely upside down in all of their investments because they all manage funds. One second. They all manage funds. And they're all invested in mining companies. And the mining companies are just not performing. And no one understands why. And they have a lot of their bag in it. And he's just not doing it. So I think that once the miners really go, they're going to run like crazy, dude. Because there's so many boomers that are stuck in there.
Yeah. Why don't they just buy the actual asset instead of buying a holding corporation for the asset or a miner? Just buy the actual silver or buy the gold. Why are you messing with all this bullshit?
Because
even
you get it's a leverage bet.
Oh, I see. So
Even
they are degenerate.
Yeah. No, boomers are degenerates. They're just on the boring stuff. Like, who gives a fuck about a mining company? But here they are.
Oh my god, this little shit rat is constantly biting me. All right, so on the monthly right now, we're still holding this bottom 38.2%, which is some hopium for the bulls. As long as we hold this 38.2%, that gives us a target of hitting the median, which is not that far away from us right now. It's at $6.87. While momentum is shifted to the downside and we are breaking below the moving average and into the negative area, bro, stop fucking biting me. And volatility is starting to expand as well. And volatility is coming from very low levels. It's somewhere around 5 to 7%. So if we fail to break this median, if we reject this median at $6.87, with how low volatility is, we're probably going to come somewhere between the 78.6 and the 88.3, which is around like $4.33 all the way down to $3.75, which is the same number that we were looking at from the quarterly. That would also break these lows, break this low, and then probably we end up like getting a little bit of a pity bounce, a dead cat bounce, close your ears Fibonacci. Then we probably come down somewhere around like a high $2, maybe to like $2 even. It's not going to happen right away, though, because that's going to be hitting our 100%. Probably going to take several months to play out with a whole bunch of little intermediate bounces in the middle, but the trend is going to be trending towards the downside, just following the monthly and the quarterly trend. 2 week right now has closed over the 38.2, and now we're back testing it, and we're getting a little bit of a bounce. While momentum is breaking back up, and it's breaking into the bullish control. But we're getting, as you see here, price is lower than it was right here, but momentum is higher, which is putting in hidden bearish divergence. So if we do close below this low right here at $6.01, that divergence will be confirmed, and that very likely makes it so that we go down towards somewhere around $4, like $4 and like $4 even to maybe $3.50, possibly $3.30, which is our target from the monthly. Weekly right now has closed below the 38.2, and now we're kind of trying to back test it. We still haven't hit it yet. This is going to be the area for maximum opportunity for bears, because if it rejects this 38.2 at $6.58, this thing is very heavily bearish, and we're likely going to go straight to somewhere around like $4, mid $4, maybe low $4, get a little bit of a pity bounce there, and then eventually into the twos.
Big support at 420.
Nice. 5 day is currently bouncing off this bottom 38.2, but we're still rejecting the median at $6.52. As long as we keep rejecting that median, this is still heavily in favor of the bears. What's probably going to happen is that these ranges are going to step down, and then it's going to be much easier for the bears to send it even lower. Well, momentum is just basically flat right now. It's at a decision point where whichever way it's going to break is where the momentum is going to break. And if we continue to reject that median, this momentum is going to break the downside with volatility expansion from extremely low levels. And the jewel is also giving us a pretty sharp sell signal where we're rejecting the bullish control. We're right now at the pink fast-moving oscillator. If we drop below this pink, we're likely going to break into the bearish control, and that's going to send us massively to the downside, especially with volatility expansion. Right now, the 2 day is trying to bounce. It's getting out of the bearish control. It's getting right back into the positive area. Still not in bullish control yet, with volatility declining. telling us this move to the upside is likely a corrective move. Right now, the way to invalidate that corrective move is we have to close over this high, which is right now at $6.79. If we close over that, then the volatility will start expanding in favor of the bulls. We probably come back up to fill this gap somewhere around $7 area. And then over there is going to be where if we want to continue even higher, then we'd have to not reject that. And we'd have to close over this high, which is at about like $8.06. That happens, then we're probably going up towards those previous highs, rejective highs that were around like $15 or $16. Daily is now, bro, stop it. Daily is now rejected the median the first time around, but now we've opened over the median, which is bulls what they like to see. But right now we're still rejecting this 55 EMA, holding that silver cross. Oh my God. I'm getting bitten so many times.
The joys of having pets. At least you don't have a squirrel.
Oh yeah, it's the squirrel's claws will really fuck you up.
Well, if you think that at least the cat is big enough for you to grab him, the squirrel is small and fast as the cat.
Impossible to catch.
Yeah.
So as long as we're rejecting this 55 EMA, the silver cross is going to continue to the downside, and we're going to break this median and come back down. Probably goes somewhere in that $4 number we were looking at from the monthly. But if we close over the median, though, then that silver cross is invalidated, and we're probably going to test somewhere around these highs. Or if we close over them, then we can go up towards these previous highs and then upwards and onwards towards like $15 or $16. But that's just an idea as long as we're below this 55 EMA and this high right here. We're still in
it's such a pivot, like right now, right there. Like it's right here on the daily, basically, right? Like it basically, like it's fucking game time for whatever side you're on this trade.
It's at the area where it's like a critical junction where like either it breaks to the upside or it breaks to the downside.
Exactly. Yeah.
I would say it's like more maximum opportunity for bears because the trend is down. This is going to be an area where bulls should be very, very cautious. Because the trend is your friend until the end. I love that quote from Crown. Right now on the 4 hour, we're still above the 38.2, which is at $6.38. We have an hour and 43 minutes to go. We close over the 38.2. That should theoretically send us higher towards the 78.6 because our volatility is kind of low. It's at 39%. 78.6 right now is at about like $6.70, right near that number that we need to close over at $6.79 if you want to see continuation higher. Let's check the momentum. Let's check the RSI first. Why does he love biting me so much?
I wish I knew. I wish I knew what you teach him at home.
ChatGPT says that he's playing whenever he bites, but that shit hurts.
Well, yeah. Like I said, the squirrel also plays biting, but sometimes, sometimes blood comes out.
I've gotten scratched one time where he ran out the door and I went to go grab him on Thanksgiving night. And then I was literally like bleeding, like dripping blood.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what we get for getting those little cats.
Right now, monthly has confirmed bullish divergence in play. The way to invalidate that bullish divergence is we have to make a local bottom. And the way to make a local bottom is local top is you have to close below $5.98. Close below that, and the divergence is gone, and we're likely going to go heavily down from there. But as long as we hold that the divergence is in play, and it should give us a target of the bullish control zone, which right now the bullish control zone sits at about $8.15, which would send us over those previous projected highs somewhere around. And if we do close over that $8.15 area, probably somewhere around that $15 to $16 number right there. 2 week has bearish divergence though. And the way to invalidate that bearish divergence is you have to make a local bottom. To make a local bottom, you have to close over, not this one right here, $7.27. Close over that, then that sends us upwards to the higher eights. Close over the eights sends us to $15, $16. Weekly is about to put in 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. It's going to confirm with a close over $6.30, which we're like a ball sack here above right now, 9 cents. We close over that area and confirm this hidden bullish divergence. Since we're coming from such low levels on volatility, that would likely send us to the bullish critical zone, which right now is at $13.14, right? Very close to that $15, $16 number. 5-day bearish divergence, but we've already basically hit the easy targets and we've hit the moving average. If we continue to go down from here, we'd have to close below this low right here at about same number, $5.98. That would invalidate our monthly bullish divergence, and that would send us towards the bearish control zone, which right now that sits at $3.80. 2-day had bearish divergence in play, but we've already invalidated it by putting in a local bottom. This is another thing that I like about this RSI is that it what's more useful in my opinion than it telling you the divergences is that it tells you the local tops and the local bottoms with these little white triangles.
Simple to identify. Well, easier.
Yeah, you just have to just look at it. You don't really have to look at the prices and see what the local top would be, a local bottom. The daily right now does have bullish divergence also, and it's brushing up against that silver cross, which is what we would need to close over to basically send us up towards the 8s. And if we do that, then the
Fucking retarded.
Volatility is expanding from pretty low levels, giving us more probability that we are going to do that. And it's going to send us towards the bullish critical zone, which right now bullish critical zone is at $8.85, right at that number that we would have to close over to get up towards the 15 and 16 area.
And that's where the SMA 200 is on the weekly.
And then eventually there, the monthly and the quarterly downtrend are probably going to take over and probably going to reject that, make another lower high, and continue to the downside. But even that is more than a 100% move from where we are right now. Right now, the 4 hours are kind of putting in some inverse head and shoulders on the RSI, where if we do confirm that, we would have to close over the middle zone, which is $6.44. That would send us towards the bullish critical zone, which right now is at $8.46. Another mid $8 number target. Now let's check the momentum chart. Right now, quarterly volatility is contracting. We're at like 41%, while the momentum is flipping up within the bearish critical zone. So right now, we were getting a setup to where we could possibly break out of the critical zone back into the bearish control zone. But while volatility is contracting and we're still in the bearish control zone, bears are still in control and it's still in a downtrend. It's just giving us a dead cat bounce or pity bounce before we continue the move to the downside. And momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above $4.56.
Which we are. Way above.
Yeah. Monthly right now is slightly expanding on volatility, and we're still pointed to the upside, and we're right at the edge of the bullish control. Right now, we're gonna stay pointed up as long as we're gonna point up as long as we're above $6.09 on this monthly close, which that would take us into the bullish control zone, and then that makes odds significantly more higher that we're gonna go towards that $15 to $16 area. 2 week as well, contraction on volatility with momentum pointed to the upside, and now we're 2 week is entering into bullish control, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $6.12. Weekly, however, though, is contracting on volatility. We're rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $7.38. Same thing with the 5-day, rejecting the critical zone, contraction on volatility, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $7.75. Which is not really the worst thing to see because volatility is contracting while momentum is to the downside. 2-day contracting on volatility, and we're still going to be pointed down within the critical zone, but we're only 10 cents below the pivot. To keep momentum to the upside, we'd have to close above $6.48. If we only have 4 hours left to go, so bulls got to hurry up and pump this shit 10 cents to save it. Because if they don't, momentum is going to flip back down. It's going to reject getting out of the critical zone. Volatility is going to flip back up. And then all of those targets to the upside are out the window, and we're going to go straight to $4. Daily, however, though, it's expanding on volatility, and momentum is rejecting the critical zone, and we're flipping up as long as we're above $6.02. So that gives possibility to bleed over into the 2-day to flip the 2-day back up. 4 hour.
You're looking at a 4-hour chart on AG.
What a degenerate, right?
It's fucking animal.
Now watch me flip to the 15-minute. Right now, 4 hours is also contracting on volatility. While momentum is pointed up, we're going to be up as long as we're above $5.98, which gives more probability that the 2-day is probably might flip over, back to the upside. This is with the lowest time frame I look at. 2 hours expanding very heavily from 2 periods of 0% volatility, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $6.27. So when you look all the way down to like the absolute degenerate low level time frames, momentum is pointed up. On the more medium-term time frames, it's starting to point up. And on the quarterly, it's pointed up, but it's correctively pointed up, not really to where we're going to flip the downtrend into an uptrend, but more likely we're going to make another lower high. And it's giving us targets of somewhere around like anywhere between $13 and $16, assuming we close over $8, which we likely will if we
it's the 2-week chart, right? That's the one. Yeah.
If we confirm those divergences, then that sends us to upper $8, which will make us close over that previous lower high, which sends us towards $15 to $16. From there, we very, very likely make another lower high and then continue to the downside. And then once this thing starts moving to the downside, my first targets are somewhere around $4, and then below that $2, and then below that $1.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like it wants to come out and play from a bottom, in my view. But and also that would also be the right time, like whenever this plays out, because I feel like all these boomers that have all these funds have been like in losses for I've been listening to this for 3 years.
Yeah. You gotta toss him a bone here or there.
That's what I'm saying. Just a little bit, just a tiny fucking little bit. Give him a break, dude. Come on, give him a fucking break. Well, I guess we'll see.
They're all gonna come on and be like, "Hey, grandson, I know your crypto is going up, but my shiny rock is going up too now.
Look at silver. He just did it 2x. Grandpa, Bitcoin already did an 89,000% X. What do you mean?
Solana moved up like 20x.
I did. Fucking Jesus. All righty. So now you're doing XRP after, and Alex is about to do salamis.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys. Vale. Vale. Estamos viendo AG. Rápidamente voy a quitar todos mis promedios y voy a poner esto en temporalidad súper alta. Esto me parece es una empresa de las mineras de plata, First Major Silver Corp. Y ahora vamos a analizar esto viéndolo de esta forma. Personalmente, solamente viendo este gráfico en este tipo de layout de 3 meses, todas estas velas son trimestrales. Yo creo que simplifica todo y quita todo el ruido. Porque puedes ver que hemos estado tocando estos bajos. Esto me recuerda mucho a la tabla de XRP. Porque no estás creando nuevos bajos. Estás creando bajos más altos. Lo que no estás creando son altos más altos. Creo que ese queda bastante claro. Y ya de ahí, pues, estos altos, este alto. Entonces, la pregunta acá es, ¿qué sigue, güey? ¿No? ¿Cómo vas a saber qué exactamente es el movimiento a seguir? Un segundito, no era lo que intentaba hacer. Voy a agarrar esto. Quiero ver algo. No, y lo pondría aquí. Exacto. Es lo que creo personalmente es correcto. Mínimo, a mí esto me gusta. Lo pone en una fotografía muy sencilla de entender. Ahora, con esto dicho y hecho, hemos notado que nunca en la historia de esto, y pueden ver que empieza aquí en el 2008, o sea, en el 2008, en el fondo del mercado, vino a tocar esta línea. ¿Qué es esto? El 2015, no sé si se acuerdan, pero en el 2015 tuvimos una baja de mercado en Estados Unidos grande y la Reserva Federal tuvo que cambiar política monetaria. En el 2020 venimos a tocar esto. Y ahora, en el 2023... hasta ahora hemos estado en la parte de abajo del mismo canal. Todos estos son extremos. Este es un extremo, este es un extremo, este es un extremo. Y la pregunta es, ¿esto es un extremo también? Vean qué bonito dibujo. O sea, mi maestra de kinder estaría orgullosa. Esa es la pregunta del millón. Y ahora, yo creo que la forma y la tabla nos habla en la diaria perfectamente a lo que toca. Pero antes de simplemente brincarme eso, quiero ver esto. Pueden exactamente. Y quiero que noten, tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja en la trimestral. Normalmente cada oportunidad que tienes, espérame, déjame, me aseguro que no vaya a pintar. Exacto. Toma, pélate la broche. Ok. Tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja en la trimestral. Cada vez que vienes a tocar la 9 es una oportunidad para shortear y la 21 es un excelente extremo para hacer lo mismo, ¿no? Esto acá fue un SFP. Es el único que hubo acá. Todas las demás velas cerraron por encima de la línea, de la meme diagonal. Entonces, ¿qué me dice esto? A largo plazo, claramente, la zona de los 8.43 va a ser muy importante para poder romper a la alza. ¿Por qué? Y ahorita lo van a ver. Pero guárdenselo, 8.43 está encima de esta línea meme. ¿Ok? Y en esta tabla era también esto, no hay nada, no hay ningún setup en momentum ni nada en volatilidad. Quiero que vean una vez más, promedio del 100, no lo hemos revisitado desde noviembre del 2022 y ese promedio del 100 va a buscar, está en los 8.26 en este momento y tienes el de 200 en la mensual en los 9.07. En diferentes cierres, tenemos 27 días y 4 horas para este cierre. Estos promedios van a bajar más y el de 200 se va a poner en la zona interesante de los 8.50, 8.40 por lo bajo que ha estado el precio en todas estas velas. Ahora vamos rápidamente a checar si hay un setup de volatilidad. La volatilidad acá empieza a expandir por encima del promedio. Entonces tenemos que ver a dónde nos va a llevar el movimiento que vaya a tomar. Todavía no lo toma, en mi opinión, y todavía no está expandiendo fuerte. Fue esta vela y lo que nos diría es que probablemente a la baja, pero no hay claridad todavía. Seamos honestos con esto. El promedio de la 9 en la mensual, estamos por encima de, pero lo que no queremos es crear otro SFP como lo hicimos acá o acá, venir a la zona del naranja, ¿no? Al 55 que nos rechace y para abajo. En la semanal, voy a poner esto acá, en la semanal tenemos en los 8.93, ¿se acuerdan? El promedio de las 200. Este va a bajar en 2 días y 4 horas y va a bajar probablemente a la zona de los 8.40, donde habíamos visto en la trimestral el promedio también importante, recuerden. Pero todo esto reside en esta tabla, en la diaria. ¿Por qué? Sencillo. Pueden ver, tienes este cruce plateado a la baja, estás por encima del 9, estás por encima del 200, estás intentando pelearte con el promedio del 100, que es el rojo. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que quieres buscar? Para empezar, quieres cerrar por encima quieres definitivamente tomar todos estos promedios y tener cierres por encima de ellos. Una vez que hagas esto, vas a poder aspirar a irte a los $8. Uy, ve nada más. Justamente por encima está dando el zampompazo. Si llegas a cerrar arriba de los 6.46 hoy, te va a poner una posición muy bonita porque va a cancelar este cruce plateado a la baja en la diaria. Y ahora todo esto fliparía el momentum a la alza. Y aquí es donde tienes que ver qué pasa. Cerrando abajo de los 6.25, probablemente vayas a ir a los 4. Cerrando arriba de esto, 6.46, es lo que te va a llevar a Valhalla y a dónde más. Recuerden, todas las empresas que yo sigo, y pueden ver 6.47 por acá también, en la de 2 días está el promedio pero estamos pasando el 9, el 55, el 100 y el 200 aquí abajo. Así que tiene cara que quiere dar el pompazo. Esto es una minera de plata y la cosa con las mineras es toda la gente que yo sigo, los viejitos que yo sigo, los boomers que yo sigo, están todos en negativo en sus inversiones en esto, en todas las mineras. A cierto punto, llevan años quejándose y llorando. No es que no sé qué esté pasando, no. Personalmente creo que esto podría ser el principio de la reversión y ahora sí que irse para arriba. Pero tenemos que ir paso a paso. Y de nuevo, en la diaria está el pivote perfecto. Aquí lo tienen. En los 6.46. Queremos estar por encima de esto y barrer este máximo acá en los 6.78. De ahí sabremos que probablemente nuestro siguiente objetivo sea en los 8.50. De los 8.50 podamos ir todavía aún más para arriba, diferentes zonas a la alza y tal vez visitar esos máximos. Pero por ahora, AG pinta una buena fotografía. O bueno, más que una buena fotografía, te pone un trade justamente acá. Algo que puedes literalmente tomar. ¿Por qué? Porque acá en corto, puedes abrir un corto justamente donde está el precio e invalidarlo en la parte alta de esta vela, porque ahí es donde está el promedio del 55. Se me hace que tendrías bastantes posibilidades de perder si haces eso. O puedes abrir un long. Cuando abres el long, lo podrías abrir acá y simplemente cancelarlo si pierdes el promedio de la 9, que está en los 6.26, porque eso probablemente te vaya a llevar a nuevos mínimos. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. ¿Cómo de que no? Alrighty, let's go see Solamis.
Nice.
There you go. Got the chart.
Oh, nice. What chart am I sharing? Oh, it's this one. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, let's check Salamis. I mean, it's a little disappointing. I mean, first we'll just check the Sol BTC chart. Let me just fix this. And let me get this off. And so remember, we were watching this 2-6 level on Sol BTC, and it was really simple to me. Once we see a sustained breakout from this zone, we're going to get that bigger push on Sol USDT. Unfortunately, we just keep getting these fake outs. It's like the chart that can't get it up. And this is really it's important. Exactly. It should really, because it needs something to break out of here. It keeps teasing bulls, and it's correlating to a good tether price action, of course. But I truly believe the real move begins once we break out of this 2-6 level. For me, we get a fast move up, at least to the 2-9, if not all the way back up to that 3-0. But for now, I mean, it is looking quite bearish. What we have here is a failed reclaim. We fell back through. We retested this into resistance, and now we have the potential to actually break down. Let me see here. Unfortunately, the 9 is close to crossing the 21 to the downside, which is never what you'd want to see, because that's like the criteria essentially for a silver cross to the downside. While also volatility is expanding from the extreme lows. I always like just gauging it with this 15% and just having like that visual. So we go here and we put that there. You can actually see we're bouncing off the 15% line while breaking down. And so what that tells me is Sol BTC is looking slightly weak. And there's a greater chance of a breakdown if we end up losing. What was it? I believe it was the 2-day. No, it wasn't. But if we end up basically closing any dailies back under that 227 level, for me, then that would start breaking down the range. And what we'd want then is for that to be flipped into resistance. You just have to be mindful with this Sol BTC pair. It's very predatory and choppy. You're getting the reclaim to break down. It's maybe a pump up. It's very like not clear, and even when it breaks down, it quickly gets bought up. And so to see an actual sustained move up or down, you just want to see the follow through, which would be 2 to 3 candles on either side. And that's why I think it's wise to gauge it more on a 2 to 3 day. I always like gauging these on 5 days. And if we throw even just the 55 off and we put back on the EMA 100 and the 34, all the ones I like to look at, and then the SMA 200, it's like we really can start seeing, if we start losing this, especially on the 5 day, it'd be pretty bad. Then we would have technically the next move to that 2080 level. And remember, this has implications for the tether price, because as of right now, tethered Sol BTC is trying to put in some kind of lower high. That's kind of what bears are going to be gauging these rejection highs off. So it is at the last stand, and this 5 days closing in a day. So it's going to be really important for at least bulls to hold that EMA 34. If they don't, then it just really opens the chance of actually testing these lows again. And then you really have to wonder, if we start breaking these wick lows that did get bought up, if we're actually just going to start breaking down, and that's what's going to fuel us to this EMA 100. One thing to note as well, and that's something we've been watching, is this 5 day volatility setup on Sol BTC. We've never had a 5 day volatility setup on it. So, this is telling me it's just going to be a big move, similar to what we saw in the tether pairing. But the difference between this one versus this one is this one's a lot stronger. And so this has implications, right? If we end up breaking down, losing the range, falling under the important moving averages I watch, which is especially the 34 for me, then it really does look like we're going to test back to that EMA 100. And that should be a pretty major level for Sol BTC bulls. And I say that just simply because if we look at the small amount of data we have with this, you can just see, I mean, harsh rejections from that. And then once we reclaim it, big moves. And so we can see from November, once it got back above it, we really haven't tested it. And so that would be kind of the big spot for a bounce. And then you'd really have to be cautious of potentially flipping this support back into resistance or maybe reclaiming it. And then that could solidify this potential bottom. And that's why it's important, in my opinion, to gauge the Sol BTC pair when you're watching Sol Tether pair, because just like with any alt, you want to make sure that whatever you're buying or trading has at least strength. And as of right now, Sol BTC is looking slightly weak, even with what we know with Bitcoin dominance. And when Bitcoin dominance, at least on my chart on the 5-day, looks like it could bounce right at, right around the, I think it was the 5-day EMA 100, then where would that put Sol BTC? We go to the weekly here as well. It is bearish because it's now under the weekly 21 and rejecting it. This is closing in 4 days, but another key metric for me on why I think we'll get that bigger move down and how to kind of gauge that is, especially if we start closing the weeklies back under the 34. And luckily for us, it's all around the same level, right around that 2.3 to 2.6 level. So we start closing the weeklies back under that. Then yeah, I mean, testing this low, you would just hope it bounces and reclaims. But if not, then you would expect a bigger breakdown. And I mean, visually, you could just see that this whole, since the breakout back in November, October, where we had the Hamas setup on Bitcoin, Sol BTC was doing pretty good. It's now in this consolidation. And, for me, it would be not the most absurd thing to see a retest back to the weekly EMA 100. And what's nice about this is that SMA 200 is right around the same area, corresponding with that meme line, which would just be flipping this wick high rejection into support, which we already know it already is support. So that tells me that this area here is potentially could be an opportunity zone. And even visually looking at it here, you can see we're just like in this channel, and we are approaching the end of it. So if this is going to be true, then you'd expect this SFP to actually break us down, and this was just a trap on bulls. And that's why it's important for me to just mention that before we look at the tether pair, because if Sol BTC is looking bearish, it doesn't necessarily mean the tether pair is going to majorly nuke, but at least can tell me that weakness or if consolidation might be expected here. And so when going to the tether pair, we see the weekly, nothing too far of concern yet. And I say that because just like how I mentioned, Sol BTC can look a lot more bearish while rejecting the weekly EMA 9, barely holding on to the 34. Sol's tether pair is just still healthily above it. Looks like it's trying to put in another weekly higher low potentially, right where it would need to, and potentially even front running the 9 and bouncing off that 215 zone. We're getting that 215 zone, remember, from very simply that September 6th high back in 2021. And so it's nice to see some reaction off there, especially on this weekly. And so let's see if we go here to potentially, let's see the 5-day too. And so this candle is of concern, but you'll know that, in my opinion at least, that we're getting a breakout with these candles if you just start breaking back above them. To me, that'd look pretty good. You're filling out all that out, taking all the stops, and that can fuel us higher. But for now, and this kind of just plays into what I was saying with Sol BTC, right around this zone is just where you want consolidation. As long as the weekly 9, 5-day 9 holds essentially and just consolidates with it, then that's generally just going to be bullish overall. And if it can just hold it, especially this zone, and flip those last macro highs into support, then that's generally what you'd want to see while potentially baiting bears. But for now, this is looking very healthy. I would still wait and see where this closes because, we're at 225. And if Bitcoin does get a deeper pullback, like Farn was mentioning, then I do believe Solana will get a deeper pullback. And that could mean we actually go back down to that $210. if not, closer to the psychological number, right around 200, if not like that 204. For me, the meme line at 204, it's just based on that last wick high rejection. So you'd want that to hold for me, but this is kind of the line in the sand because you'd expect some bounce from that weekly and 5-day EMA 9. If we go to the monthly here, you can see even if we get a deeper pullback, I mean, if we even gauge where that EMA 5 is, it is right around that 196, currently close to that 200 psychological number. And that's what I'm saying. Like we can have a pullback, but generally that's just, I'm going to be looking at that as an opportunity. Assuming Sol BTC doesn't have a bigger breakdown, but even so, I mean, losing the monthly 9 on Sol BTC would be bad. But then I'd just be watching for a bigger bounce around that 21, which again is just coming around that 2-0 region. And so if Sol BTC does get that pullback, maybe we end up retesting that monthly 5, which could just come right around that 203 level. So Sol is looking interesting. I know that we were talking about this 5-day volatility setup, and we haven't had many. No, actually, we've never had a 5-day volatility setup on the tether pairing. And so seeing the reaction here, is important. The move was pretty strong. I mean, from when we called it out, I believe we were talking about it when it was around that 150 level. Like 142, and then it mounts. Yeah, so I remember that because you were talking about it pretty heavily, Alondra. And I mean, 77.5% in 40 days is pretty good. Consolidation here, retesting, forming important higher lows is what you'd want to see. And so that to me, that's kind of where I'd gauge that weekly 9. Just simply, you're getting that monthly EMA 5, you're getting the weekly 9, and you're also potentially, as long as we don't break, 200, let's say this wick low, could be just grinding in a higher low on a wick basis, where it would need to. And so to me, that's looking quite bullish. You'll know though that this is turning bearish if we start breaking that November 11th low right around $200.67. I'm sure there's a lot of liquidity there, a lot of bids there. But then also, well, then that means we're actually pretty healthily under the weekly 9, EMA 5 on the monthly, while also losing the meme line and deviating this wick high here. We know the last time we deviated this just led to a bigger dump on Sol. And right, you're not dealing with a lot of data with Sol, but it makes a lot of sense. And that's just how I'm going to gauge it. If we deviate this, just like how we did in 2021, probably not going to be the best of signs. And that probably means to me, we're probably at least going to get a deeper pullback to that $203 level. And then the big question will be, do we hold that? Because we can just see we have a lot of support around here. Losing that for me, at least on the weekly, would give us a target right around that 183 to 185. And it's kind of a big move from 225. So it's pretty important for Sol bulls to kind of step in soon. But still, in my opinion, nothing's of concern yet. And everything is still somewhat looking healthy in just terms of trend and just kind of what we're retesting now. It makes sense to me. Because when Sol does come down, everyone's going to be pretty bearish, talking about maybe it's top. And it doesn't take much to do this. And then in hindsight, you're just going to be like, yeah, that was actually, pretty obvious when it's just making higher lows to higher highs. But for now, that's still opium, and that's just still my opinion. And so now let's just gauge real quickly the macro HPDR and see if we can see anything else with that. And so we see the medians all the way at 177 on the weekly, very healthily above. And so that's a good sign. And so, we're going to be gauging that still that 258. And even on the HPDR, we have that 50% at that 267 level. That just makes sense. It's just right next to the all-time high. You generally aren't going to like break that first tap. So definitely makes sense. We're getting a pullback here. You just want bulls to step in. Breaking that though, even on the HPDR, gives us that juicy target of like that $430 level, which would be pretty massive. And so for me to get that level, that would mean that we really do have to break that 266 level on Sol BTC. And that would just be a massive, multi-month, no, really honestly, a whole multi-year, a 1-year range essentially on Sol BTC break. And with what we know with the 5-day and the weekly volatility, that definitely could easily take us to that $400 level. Let me just gauge the monthly now. Let's see how the median is. And so, yeah, we did close above the median, but then opened below it. And then it did flip up at that 300. It's now at $300.61. So that is an interesting sign. So, it would make sense to find some kind of resistance around there. It's a pretty massive zone. The median doesn't get tested a lot. Getting back above there, though, as of now, would then, this is funny because this moved up. Now would give us a target of $851. While the median moved up, so did this range as well, I believe. So that's pretty massive. And remember, it's a monthly chart, so that'll obviously take time. But it's just something good to keep in the back of your head, because there hasn't really been many times in history where Solana has gotten above the monthly median. And we can see when it did get back above the monthly median was right around there, and the September-October move. And we all know that. I mean, the Hamas setup is very fun to play. And so that'll really be fun. And that's
Not
why,
for
like,
some.
yeah, good point, actually. Yeah, definitely not. That's why with these alts, that's why Farn, when we started this, was talking about if we really do get that 2017 altcoin move, you really have to think about it. Like if we do, let's say in a utopian world, just reclaim this no problem and slingshot to the 50%. I mean, you're talking about like a 184% move on Sol from 300, which is pretty crazy, because even where we're at now from 300 would still be a 32% move. So, I mean, I don't think alt season is here yet, but like we've been saying, especially on stream, it's very close in my opinion. And I would be surprised if we didn't see an actual kind of alt season soon. But then, you can always have the contrarian argument. Well, like, bro, Solana's moved like $10 all the way to now 200. We've definitely seen some type of alt season, and I agree. It's just like what I was mentioning, though. I just think we're going to start seeing more niche alts start pumping, Dino alts, gaming alts, and so forth. And we're very close, and so that obviously would correlate with a strong Solana. We are now rejecting that 50% on the 5-day. And so that's why it's going to be important to just kind of see a quick reaction around here, if not consolidation. That way we can potentially just move this up. Because we keep rejecting this, and this is going to give us more of a chance at least to test closer to that EMA 21 on the 5-day, which luckily for us is lining up right around that EMA 34.21 and the median. It's right around that 174 to 180 level. So it's going to be important to gauge that. But for now, we don't want to be too overzealous on our bearish targets. And that's why I still think it's wise to just still watch, the weekly 9 and then that 203 level. Let's see here. You can see here the 3-day, still looking good. It's nice that the 3-day median here is now perfectly right around the mean line. We're now healthily back above that $222 level, while reclaiming the or even just holding the EMA 9. Hasn't really lost it since we were right around that 160 to 163 level. So remember, it's going to be really important to hold that. If it does hold it, then I mean, definitely we have that target to the all-time highs around that 260. But then even here, it's at 268 or that 269 level. So that would mean that Solana has essentially made a new macro high. And then it would be interesting to kind of gauge where potentially, the weekly kind of closes, because we see the weeklies right around that level as well. And reclaiming that would look pretty bullish. So, and basically summary, I do believe Solana is going to get some kind of consolidation. It would make sense for it to, it's come all the way here. We really just want it to hold back above that 216 level. And that just makes sense. That's its previous cycle rejection, major level of deviation before breaking down. So we just wanted to hold that. We can have wicks down to that EMA 9 on the weekly, but closing below that just wouldn't be a good sign. And we're getting a lot of confluence that if we start losing that level, which remember, we can gauge it right around that 203 to just even looking at the weekly 9, probably means we go to that 180 to 177 level, which would be a deeper pullback. And, I do think that could tie into the Bitcoin scenario of it going to that 88, 89,000 K level, like Farn was saying. But until then, I'm going to be watching for consolidation. I'm going to be gauging Sol BTC closely, because we know there's a volatility set up on the weekly and even the 5-day, which is pretty massive. Never had that. But we're at the point where bulls want to step in. And so, not stepping in, you can just see it'd be a quick move to that EMA 100, which is at 50% right here. So, and just out of my own curiosity, that would be a 13% move from around here. So, really, really gauge this because you'll know we're getting some kind of breakdown, especially on Sol BTC. If we start closing, below that 227 level, and then, especially for Sol Tether pair, if we start actually even closing dailies back under 200, that would be pretty bad for me. And I do think then we'd have at least a higher likelihood of testing that 177 to 183. But until then, just watch and wait for consolidation. It'd be wise to just be patient, wait for that. A move is brewing on Sol. I mean, I know it's had a pullback, but it also just tested its all-time high. Think of how many people went out around that level, around 260. Generally when you're reaching those massive levels and you're about to approach like a all-time high, and it's only really been tested a few times, maybe even once, I think, you get a pullback the first time. It's always likely. The question is, can we just like grind out that bottom, form that higher low where it needs to, hold the obvious weekly EMA 9, and then blast through? So we'll have to wait and see. But for now, it's still looking okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Right after this, we got Strike, STRK for you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
And that CrowdStrike?
Yeah. Let's see how they're doing now that we know that they run the world.
Throwback from 2016. We were hacked by the Russians, but no, the FBI cannot look at our servers.
Yeah, absolutely. Those fucking Russians. God, I hate them so much. They always get us. And those Chinese, by the way, I have someone really close that refuses to buy any sort of like live camera, like the ones you put in your house to look at the cat and whatnot, or like babysitter or anything. Yeah, they refuse it, and the reason why is because they're like, China is going to spy on me. I'm like, what is China going to do knowing that you're just fucking on your couch being a blob watching TV? What's China going to get out of it?
I refuse to buy DJI drones because they're Chinese, and eventually they're going to start dropping bombs on me like Ukraine.
And by the way, isn't that incredible that they banned, they made everyone believe really that Huawei was being banned because they're going to spy on us, right? But we have the drones, the one thing that can fly anywhere and go anywhere they want and get like the most real information. Yeah, that, don't worry about it. But the phones, get the fuck out of here. It's fucking incredible. I think it's incredible the fact that everyone just fucking believes everything. All righty, let's go. Vamos. Con Solana, y vamos a empezar con Solana Bitcoin. La primera relación siempre es bueno verlo y analizarlo, sobre todo en, ¿cómo se llama? En no temporalidades diarias, en una temporalidad semanal. Siempre es bueno poder ver dónde las monedas están comparado con Bitcoin. Hemos visto que estamos obviamente en este triángulo de presión y desde que entramos en el triángulo estamos creando nuevos altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, pero como XRP, creando bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, menos este que sí se borró estos, pero no estos, ¿no? Y ahora estamos en el punto donde esto se pone interesante, la jugada. Perdón, un segundo, me regreso esto para acá, pongo esto acá. Ok, ahí está. Podemos ver que estamos llegando justamente al apex del triángulo. Normalmente cuando llegas al apex del triángulo vas a tener una respuesta para ver si el precio va para arriba agresivamente o para abajo agresivamente. Esta es una relación con Bitcoin. ¿Qué es lo que estamos esperando acá? Básicamente lo que queremos es poder recuperar la 9 justamente en esta zona, pero nos interesa retomar justamente esta área arriba en el punto 0026. La razón por qué es porque puedes ver que nos ha costado trabajo no crear un SFP. Cierres por encima de esta zona nos harían pensar que Solana y los Solamis están preparados para irse a Marte junto con Elon Musk en un cohete de SpaceX. Tal vez en un cohete de Jeff Bezos, no sé. Igual y eso es lo que les gusta, ¿no? Los cohetes que parecen penes. Bueno, es lo que estamos viendo en Solamis. Definitivamente no queremos perder este wick de aquí abajo en el punto 002296. Si lo perdemos, vamos a tener que visitar esta zona donde tenemos el promedio del 55 en el punto 0022 y ahí nos empezaríamos a preocupar porque empezarías a crear nuevos mínimos y muy probablemente esto nos esté contando que el movimiento vaya a ser a la baja. Ahora, si esto baja, esto no se vería bien para Solamis, por lo que nosotros personalmente todavía estamos con la, ¿cómo se llama? Estamos... Perdón, déjenme ver un mensaje que mandaron, honestamente. Listo. Ok, no es CrowdStrike lo que querían ver una shitcoin que se llama Strike y ahorita la vamos a poner en pantalla para todos ustedes. Pero de nuevo, seguimos por acá. Esta es una forma interesante de poder analizarlo, pero vamos directamente al precio de los Solamis para ver esto, cómo está jugando. Voy a quitar los promedios. Vamos a abrir la mensual. Yo creo que es la mejor manera de poder entender esto. En la mensual, nunca habíamos cerrado arriba de los 208. Se me hace muy importante que tengamos esto siempre en mente porque son niveles muy importantes. Y la única vez que cerramos ahí fue una vela. Más allá de eso, esta es una zona muy importante para el precio de Solamis, los $203. Es algo que debemos de todos tener en la cabeza en lo que estamos viendo esta tabla. Ahora, ¿qué vemos por acá? Vemos que el promedio de la 9 bastante abajo, el promedio del 21 bastante más abajo, bastante saludable, y el cruce del promedio azul por encima del amarillo, que es el 9 por encima del 21, nos dice que hay fuerza en este movimiento. Ahora, esto lo estamos viendo en la mensual. Vamos a ver rápidamente si hay un setup de volatilidad. No, pero la volatilidad nos empieza a regresar al punto más bajo que ha estado en toda esta tabla, en Solamis. ¿Qué dice eso? Que se está preparando para hacer un nuevo setup, resetear, tal vez vaya por abajo el 15%, haga algo así y tómala, güey, con el movimiento para arriba, dándonos ese nuevo movimiento a la alza. O se puede quedar en periodos de volatilidad nula y nos puede dar un setup estilo del de jamás, pero en una tabla mensual sería algo brutal para cripto, o sea, potentemente alcista. No creo que pase, pero me gustaría verlo. Es lo que estamos viendo por acá. Nos vamos a acercar más a la semanal donde hemos visto que tenemos expansión de la volatilidad por encima del 15% y esa expansión nos ha llevado acá y ahora estamos yendo de lado, lo que nos dice que estamos consolidando por ahora. Ahora, habíamos platicado de nivel importante en el 214. Podemos entender por qué y hemos visto que los 214 han aguantado bien y no hemos venido a retestear esta zona desde el breakout, ¿no? En el 11 de noviembre. Los Solamis están, y también para que vean esto, en la semanal, en esta tabla semanal, los Solamis nunca han cerrado arriba de los 260. Nunca. El cierre más alto que han tenido es justamente en 252 y lo dio este ciclo, y el de antes era 249, para que tengan eso como idea. ¿Qué nos dice eso? Podríamos estar, y la gente lo puede ver, ante un doble techo, ¿no? Alguien podría ver esto y decir, güey, tocamos este pico, y eso normalmente te da una reversión. Reversión querría decir que el precio hace esto, ¿ok? Para la gente que está aprendiendo apenas con nosotros. Con eso en mente, viéndolo en la semanal, tenemos que ver la importancia de este nivel. Queremos esta zona, básicamente, entera, es la zona que una vez que rompes, se da un movimiento agresivo, pero no le gusta consolidar en esta zona el precio. Pueden verlo acá. Déjenme, me acerco para que vean la previa de esto. ¿Por qué es importante el 2-2? Rechazo en la primera, rechazo en la segunda. Cerraste tantito arriba y te dio la expansión de los 202 hasta los 260, que fue el ciclo, el máximo del ciclo pasado. Y de ahí, una vez que lo perdiste, tuviste la gran caída, el retesteo y la gran caída que vivimos todos hasta los $8. Y de ahí estamos aquí arriba, donde una vez más, el punto más importante para nosotros es justamente esta zona de los 202. Porque estamos viendo el HPDR que nos da todos estos datos y estamos viendo dónde está la media del HPDR. Nos da bastante confluencia en esa zona, pero hay una posibilidad de me parece que es en la mensual o en la semanal, donde la media está en 177, lo que lo haría subir. A mí no me sorprendería si Solana quiere jugar sucio y tirarnos un pedo hasta acá y luego darse a la alza. No me sorprendería. Esto sacaría a todo el mundo que está en long. Todo el mundo acá se subiría un corto diciendo, güey, esto se va a ir otra vez a $8. Y ahí ya puedes, una vez más, resetear el movimiento. ¿Qué tan realista es esto basado en la volatilidad? Bueno, tenemos la expansión de la volatilidad, en lo que la volatilidad va de lado. Vamos a tener que acercarnos un poco más. Vamos a la de 5 días para ver exactamente qué es lo que está pasando. Ahora, en la de 5 días hay una vela horrenda. Esta vela es una vela de tope, una vela absolutamente espantosa de tope. La cosa con esta vela de tope es, si esta vela cierra acá y tienes otra que cierre abajo de donde está esta vela en los 229, muy probablemente veas esa corrección en el precio de los solamis. Y los solamis te podrían llevar a entre 211 a 202 primero. Ese sería nuestro primer objetivo a la baja. Pero por ahora, acercándonos un poco más, viendo el front run de esto y por qué decimos eso, es simplemente por esto. Estás viendo consolidación, pero al mismo tiempo estás perdiendo el promedio de la 9, estás perdiendo el promedio de la 21 y ahora estás aquí abajo. Este cierre en 6 horas 24 minutos podría ser bastante malo si tiene continuación después. Y ahora, la expansión de la volatilidad te la dio acá, no te está diciendo nada y se está yendo simplemente de lado. Todavía no hay nada acá en cuanto a volatilidad se refiere. Así que atentos, atentos. No sé por qué esta línea está acá en el 29% y no en el 15%. Aquí está el 15%. Atentos ahí. Entonces, Solamis, básicamente, y vamos a ver rápido la de 4 horas, como degenerados. Uy, pueden ver que estamos perdiendo, literalmente, la volatilidad está expandiendo por acá, en lo que está bajando, lo que nos dice que estaremos probablemente viendo una corrección. El promedio de los 200, el S&P 200 está en los 218. Estamos por debajo del 9, el 21. Ahora el 9 está por abajo del 21, que es malo, no es pésimo. Eso es un gráfico de 4 horas también. Y nuestros promedios acá nos están indicando que probablemente esto sea un S&P y sí vayamos a ver primero para abajo antes que para arriba. Y en la de 2 horas, absolutamente nos llevamos a todos los promedios entre las patas y parece que el promedio, el S&P 200 nos hizo el rechazo en los 240 y de ahí nos llevó el chorizo hasta acá, a los 227. Por ahora, lo importante aguantar este mínimo en los 215 si eres alcista en Solana. Si no, vas a tener más downside y eso sería una buena oportunidad porque nosotros estamos viendo que a largo plazo, de todas maneras, los solamis tienen una excelente oportunidad de dar continuación a ese subidongo, sobre todo cuando volteamos a ver que la volatilidad está en el punto más bajo en la tabla mensual. Quería ver la trimestral, no sé si no me la quiso enseñar, la trimestral. Y en la trimestral viene en el punto más bajo que llegó. Pero el promedio todavía está arriba, no hay nada de setup en esa, pero sí en la mensual. Así que lo tienen, los solamis se ven bien, pero atentos con la corrección que puede presentarse. Sería una gran oportunidad. Recuerden, cuando estás en la semanal y vienes a retestear la 9, ¿no? Que está en esta zona, es donde es una oportunidad de compra una y otra vez. Así que atentos. Ahora, podría darte el S&P a la baja y que tu siguiente objetivo sea el 21, pero atentos. Creemos que el 9 podría aguantar. No ha tocado el 9 desde hace 4 o 5 semanas. Ahí lo tienen. All righty, sir. What do you got? Is this...
XRPP.
Oh,
no,
XRPP.
That's next.
Yeah.
That's next. No. Wait.
No, XRPP is next.
Yeah, he did it Sol, so XRPP is next.
Yeah.
I'm a little retarded.
We all are, sir.
You guys saw my Chat GPT IQ score.
I'm never showing you the real one I got because it's illegal for me not to wear a helmet wherever I go.
Anything around the 70s is considered mentally retarded.
I got a nice 69 and I'm excited about it. That's how retarded I am.
For your next birthday, I'll get you a helmet.
Please.
All right, so on the quarterly, we are in an area where we would expect some type of pullback. which we were mentioning on the last stream, where we went to the 61.8%, just over $2.70. We went all the way up to like $2.90, and $3 is that psychological round number where you're gonna like. There's no way you don't get sellers there. You got a lot of people selling around that $3 area. You got a lot of people shorting. I've seen people on crypto Twitter with several $1 million short positions on this with degenerate leverage. Like they throw in like 150K as like 20x leverage short because they think that top is in and it's going to go down from here and basically break these lows below 38 cents. And they're thinking they got the generational short. So clearly, like you're going to get some type of pullback here. But right now, momentum still is pointed heavily towards the upside. We're breaking into the bullish control. Volatility is supporting it too. So it's telling us whatever move we get to the downside right now is going to be a massive opportunity before we continue up. And if we get 3 closes above this 78.6 at $1.30, that gives us probabilities of going to the 161.8, which is an absolutely ridiculous $6.38 number, which puts XRP technically market cap wise over Ethereum by a lot. It's going to be if it hits that, it's going to become the second largest cryptocurrency by far over by market cap. Right now, it's only
France.
Oh yeah, the future of France, but there's not much that can save France.
No.
France has now just announced unrealized gains tax on Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies.
Well, did you see what they're doing? They're actually cutting spending. They want to reduce their debt. So kind of like what we're saying that we're going to do, which is interesting because they're our biggest ally.
I thought it was Israel.
No. Not the people that own us. Our biggest ally that we work with, not our bosses. Your boss is different from your friend, dude.
So right now, by market cap, XRP is less than 2x away from topping Ethereum. It's already almost 2x of what Solana's market cap is. It's like $120 or something billion bigger than Solana. If it were to go up just a little bit more, XRP would be literally twice the market cap of Solana, which is insane considering it was the biggest joke and meme in crypto for the last couple of years. Right now on the monthly, we are getting we got 1 close over the 78.6. We just need 2 more closes to confirm this, and that would take us to the 161.8%. That's $6.38. This is absolutely mind-blowing number to me to consider. Even XRP even over $4, but $6.38 is just like head exploding type of shit. Right now, momentum is heavily within the bullish control on the monthly. Volatility is supporting it, and the jewel is flipping up nicely, rejecting getting into the bearish control, and it's about to enter into the bullish control. Let's see the last time the jewel got into the bullish control on the monthly. 2017. And right now, we are kind of rejecting the 88.3%, which is a very, very logical area to find some rejection. What we want to see, if we don't want to see a more deep pullback, is for it to hold the 78.6, which is around like $2.16. As long as it keeps holding over the $2.16, it's very likely to break well into the $3, probably towards previous all-time highs very quickly, around $3.30. Maybe we get a little bit of a pullback there from all the bag holders from community members from 2017. And then from $3.30, probably going to shoot well into the $4 to $5 area before we find our cycle top, assuming we get 3 closes over this. Cycle top somewhere around $6.38. I'm not one of those guys who's like XRP is going to $10. Nah, fuck that shit. Very likely not going to $10. 2 week is putting in a little bit of a shooting star candle where if it closes like this, we're probably going to come back down and retest this $2 area, which is likely going to be a massive support. And then from there, we probably shoot well into the $3 and break our previous all-time highs. Right now, momentum in 2 week is also in bullish control. Volatility is pretty high. It's only at 91%, and moving average hasn't caught up yet. So it's not really giving us a top signal just yet, but it's telling you that you should be cautious. And the jewel is about to enter into the bullish control zone as well on the 2 week. And the pink is on this last move down. The pink tried to cross below the yellow, but it wasn't able to. And then we got expansion from there, and that's where we see this basically vertical lineup. Weekly as well is pretty high on momentum, still within bullish control. Volatility is getting pretty high, and now the jewel has entered into bullish control zone as well. So it's not exactly the most bearish sign to see all of that together, but it doesn't say that you won't get a pullback. Also, the weekly has hit the 95% on the HPDR. It's not impossible to close over that. It's just extremely improbable, and very unlikely. So this is the logical area to see a rejection and a pullback. If we close like this, we got 4 days and 7 hours to go. Probably reconnect with this 5 EMA. But what I'm expecting, if we do hit this 5 EMA, because after the weekly open, this close and open, this is going to rise. Probably going to be somewhere around like this $1.90 to $2 area. From there, once it hits that, you likely get huge buying action there in a spring from that $2 into straight into the previous all-time highs around $3.30. Same thing with the 5-day, where we're rejecting the 95%, but the 5-day is not giving us anywhere near as much of a severe pullback as the weekly has, because the weekly is looking like a massive shooting star. The 5-day is still looking pretty healthy, but even if we close below the 95% on the 5-day, that's not really that bad. Because what's going to happen is that this 5 EMA is going to rise up to where this monthly 5-day closes and this open is right about $2. That's going to be massive support for us to spring back up towards our previous all-time highs. 2-day is giving us rejection of the 95%, and now we're getting followed through to the downside. If we do close like this, that brings us back down to the 88.3%, right around that $2 number where we likely find our next spring. Like you see, if you guys see this reaction the 88.3 has had, every single time we tested on this rally, we've gotten basically vertical from there. And we have to assume that same trend is going to hold true until it doesn't. Daily right now is rejecting the 97.5%. This is a logical area to reject. Only 2.5% chance of continuation from there. We're right now at the 5 EMA, which is at $2.31. If we do reject close below this 5 EMA, it brings us back down to this 88.3 and this 9 EMA, which is right around $2 to $1.95. So another thing telling us that the pullback target probably somewhere around like very low $2 to maybe very high 190s. And then because we have such massive support in this area, we likely use that as a spring to go further to the upside. Further to the arriba side. Mi español muy bien.
What the fuck was that?
Just trying to flex my español.
Oh, sí, señor.
Sí, señor.
Mexican now, so yeah, I get it.
Daily momentum is starting to flip down. We're just at the moving average, which is gives more confluence to the idea that we very likely get a pullback from here, which is going to be our next opportunity before we go to the upside. Because usually whenever you mention pullback with XRP, you get those guys with the XRP in their username, the community members who jump on your neck for even speaking the P word.
I love the community members.
4 hours kind of breaking down now. We've lost 38.2%. We're at the 88.3%. We're about to lose that too at $2.35. We're below it actually. And that gives us a target if we do close below there of the 55 EMA, which is right at $2. Massive green deal low on the XRP Bitcoin pair. We're now over the 38.2%. We're over the 21 EMA. The last time that ever happened was back in 2017 and that was when we were topping out. So right now, because our volatility is still very low and we're expanding basing off this moving average, momentum is just now breaking into the bullish control. That takes us towards, on the HPDR, somewhere around the 78.6 to maybe the 88.3%. And that's significantly higher than where we are right now. That's about like a 200-something% gain against Bitcoin, which I don't know. I don't even know if that happens. But if that does happen, that takes us, actually, no, that roughly takes us towards $6, about 200-something%.
That, I mean, just the number of the market cap thing alone is what gets me to say that it's impossible.
If that happens, it'll just be basically we're at Ethereum is now, maybe a little bit higher.
That's what I'm saying. That sounds insane. Also, it's the future of France, though.
But it also sounded insane for it to hit $2.70.
Yes, but you're already at insanity levels, and I get it. We can go to probably 4, but man, I find it really hard to believe that we can go to 6. But then again, I'm not saying it's impossible. I just think it's
this is
hard
improbable.
to comprehend.
Improbable.
Yes.
Right now, the monthly is rejecting this 100 EMA. We're still over the 88.3%. If we got 27 days to go, and this is close your ears, XRP community members. This is a shitcoin. So anything can happen in the next 27 days. If we do close over this 88.3%, though, what's likely is that we're going to base off this 88.3% and use that as a spring towards the 95%. And that's like 200% higher than where we are right now. Right now, the momentum on the monthly is within the bullish control. Volatility is expanding, but the moving average is still very far from where volatility is. So that's telling us that we're not really close to topping out yet. And the jewel is just now breaking out of bearish control. One more monthly open, it's going to break out. And the last time we broke out of bearish control on the jewel was about right here on the 2021 cycle when we found our top around $2. So right now we've already hit well over $2, and we've hit $2.70 while we're breaking out. So if we break out while we're in the high twos, where are we going to go from there? It doesn't make it that unreasonable to hit the 4s or the 5s. 2 week is giving us a little bit of a shooting star candle. We got 11 days and 7 hours to go. So just like on the downside move, that's still a long time to go, an eternity to go for us to reverse this back up and not close as a shooting star. But if it does close as a shooting star, we'd probably come back down and retest the 78.6, this 100 EMA, and retest the breakout as support, which we've been using as projection this whole time around. Flip it from resistance to support. And right now, the 2 week is also very close to giving us a silver cross to the upside as well. As long as we're closing over this 55 EMA, it's inevitably going to silver cross. And we are currently how much above that 55 EMA? Fuck.
It's fucking massive.
Yeah, we're about 71% over that 55 EMA right now. So as long as we're closing over that, this is going to silver cross. Let's see the last time we got a silver cross on the 2 week on XRP Bitcoin. We got a silver cross to the downside right here in 2019, whenever the market was shifting into the bear market. Right over here, right in 2017, we got that silver. The last time we had a silver cross to the upside on XRP BTC on 2 week. Weekly right now is also the same thing on as we did on the XRP tether or XRP US dollar, where we rejected the 95%. From here, you would, assuming we close like this, you'd expect a retest of this 88.3% in this 5 EMA, which would be a pretty nice move to the downside. Probably scare the shit out of everybody who's the community members who have been holding for years now and think that, all right, we've put in our next lower high and it's over. A lot of people might even start selling. And who knows where they bought it? They might have bought it in 3s from 2017 cycle and just accept their loss. And that's where it'll probably reverse and just go straight up again. Right now,
that would be so tragic.
Yeah, right now the weekly just putting a fresh silver cross to the upside on Bitcoin pairing. So what's probably going to happen if we close this as a shooting star, this 9 EMA is going to rise to where this 88.3 is, retest that 9 EMA on the silver cross and use that as a spring to continue towards the upside. And that would probably be a very massive move if we retest that 9 EMA and use it as a spring. Because right now, and that'll also reset our volatility, so we'll have more fuel to continue on with those straight up vertical moves. And the jewel is just now breaking out of bearish control as well on the weekly. So it's all setting up for a nice move to the upside once we cool down and reset our oscillators. The 5-day now is still over the 95%, which is pretty crazy to see. We only have 1 day and 7 hours to go, and we're still over the 95% because you only have a 5% chance of closing over here. So the fact that if we close over here is telling us that bulls are solidly in control, and this thing still has significantly more upside to go before we end up getting like an actual real pullback. 2 days closed over the 95%. We're just below it slightly. So if we do hold this, it's going to tell us that we're probably not going to get our pullback from here. Probably going to go a little bit higher on the Bitcoin pairing, and then we probably get the pullback. But if we close below this 95%, which we're currently below right now, that's going to be a probability of coming back down to retest this 9 EMA on the silver cross that we had. And that would, how much of a move down is that? About 26% to the downside. Sheesh. Shitcoin action, huh?
Whoa.
Right now, our momentum is at very extreme levels. It's sitting at 95%, and we're just about to pull shift down on momentum. We're at the moving average, which tells us that we're probably going to close below the 95% and probably going to get that pullback. And right now, volatility is starting to contract as well. So that's telling us that pullback will be a corrective move. And the jewel is starting to give a God mode sell signal within the bullish critical zone. We only have the white neutral color, but very likely if we close below the 95%, it's going to shift to that dark blue sell. And then what I would look for is for it to get kicked out of the critical zone come back around here, base off of this pink, and then make a higher low and push itself back into the critical zone, which that could take several weeks to play out. Daily is already starting to flip down on our momentum. Volatility is also contracting too. That gives us a target of hitting somewhere around that 9 EMA, which would also be a retest of the silver cross. If we lose the 9 EMA though, then we're going to get a pretty massive move to the downside to retest this 21. Bulls will still be in control. It would just be one of those events where everybody's way too scared to buy the dip because it's going to be so massive to the downside, but technical structure would still be up. And now the 4-hour, just like the US dollar pairing, is also breaking down, losing the 21 EMA, losing the 38.2%, while volatility is curved to the downside, telling you that this is a corrective move. And momentum is still within the bearish control, but it's slightly flipped up. So if we close below this 21 EMA, this would touch the moving average, reject it, and then flip back down. And that would send us towards this 55. Let's check the momentum chart. Actually, let's do RSI first. And for XRP, you always want to go to the US dollar and not the tether pairing, because XRP has been around longer than tether has. So there's significantly more data if you use the US dollar pair instead of the tether pair. Small bit of alpha.
Great. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So there is some there is some hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly, because the RSI went significantly lower over here than it did all of these, but we made higher lows. So that would give us hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly, which arguably you could say has played out because we've gotten a pretty 500% move to the upside right now. But we still have not hit our technical target, which is that bullish critical zone, and that number sits just above our previous all-time highs at $3.64. With volatility expansion on the quarterly, and now where volatility is expanding pretty violently, it's giving us a straight vertical line up, and we're only at 66.6% on volatility, the devil's dick number. So we can still continue up a good amount from here. We can go 50% more on volatility before it stopped out. Monthly right now is within the critical zone. See, we have some hidden bullish divergence between these points because RSI went lower and price made higher lows, while volatility is expanding too. The moving average still is pretty far away. It's at 36%, so we could still continue from here before volatility is topped out. And then also, once volatility tops out, we got to look for a double extreme like we did in 2017. So that's gives us a technical signal of going significantly higher from here. Because once you hit that first extreme and you contract, the second extreme sends you way higher than that first extreme did. You saw right here, the first extreme took us to around 24 cents. The second extreme took us to $3.31. Weekly right now is 3 drives of bullish divergence in play. We've already hit the critical zone though, so it's going to be very difficult to get actual targets from the RSI. But it's telling you as long as you don't close below this candle's open, which is at about $1.05, $1.06, the divergence is still in play, and we're going to continue up. But on this next weekly close though, the way to confirm a local top is going to be closing below this candle's open, which is at $2.29. So then it's going to be much easier. Actually, the low is going to work better, which is $2.21. Then it's going to be, if you close below that, then you have a local top, and then you're going to end up pulling back, and this divergence is going to end up having played out. Do we have any divergences here? Nope, we made a higher high, so there's no hidden bearish divergence. And we're above on the RSI as well, so there's no regular bearish divergence. Sorry, bears, try to find you some hopium.
No, there's none right now. Just that it's volatility is at 100% in the weekly. I think that's the chart that says the story the best.
Yeah, so we're at 100% volatility in the weekly. The moving average is still playing catch up to 76.9%. So what could happen is, before we get the pullback, is that we consolidate in this area while the moving average catches up. Then volatility will start contracting, while we get our pullback to somewhere around $2, maybe $1.95, $1.90. Then volatility starts expanding again, giving us our double extreme. And who knows where we go from there? Probably massive green dildo to the upside. 5-day, nope, no divergence, but we're getting 3 periods of 100% volatility. Moving average has caught up though on the 5-day. We're at 95%. So the 5-day is looking more probable for volatility contraction and a pullback rather than the weekly is. 3-day as well, many periods of 100% volatility, and now the moving average is literally caught up. It's at 100% also. So on the 3-day, it's going to be very easy to get volatility contraction. Volatility just has to tick 0.001% down, and volatility is going to start contracting. Same thing with the 2-day, many periods of 100% volatility. And now volatility on the 2-day has technically started contracting because we've dropped below the moving average. If we get a close like this, it's going to confirm volatility contraction. And from there, we're almost certainly going to get that pullback to around $2. Daily is getting kicked out of the critical zone, re-entering back into the bullish control zone. And daily has gotten the double extreme on volatility. And now volatility, I believe, is contracting. Yep, volatility is contracting on the daily. So the daily is telling us that we should be looking for a pullback now. And our first target is going to be that 9 EMA right around $2. And that's where my opinion is that we hold that as a spring and use that to go into our previous all-time highs, which our divergence target previously on the higher time frame was around $3.65.
Oh boy.
Come on. 4-hour has put in multiple drives of bearish divergence with our extreme reading on our volatility, and now we're starting to contract. Not only have we contracted, now volatility is starting to expand towards the downside. If we cross over this moving average, we're going to get volatility expansion to the downside with multiple drives of regular bearish divergence. That gives us a target hit of the bearish control zone. But this is the 4 days, the 4 hours, so this is going to take many periods to actually hit, and this number is going to rise. Right now, it's at $1.77. It would be very interesting to see it go to somewhere around $1.90 to $2, which is right at our 9 EMA on the daily. But you can wick below the 9 EMA because this is a shitcoin. You just want to hold it on a close. And it's not that unreasonable to see it to wick towards $1.70, $1.77, and then close over $2. So the very high time frame sitting around like the monthly and the quarterly have bullish divergence. We still have not hit the technical targets around $3.64. And if we do hit that, it's going to give us more probability of getting our second and third close on the monthly over the 78.6, which is around $2, I believe. Let me go back and make sure. I don't want to guess. Oh, yeah, I was wrong. Good thing I didn't guess. 78.6 is at $1.30. So if we do hit that divergence target from the quarterly, going to 365, almost certainly we're going to, because we already have one close over it. We're going to get another 2 closes over it. And it seems it's very improbable, but the technical target from that would be the 261.8% at $6.30, which it's very uncomfortable to say, but that's just what the number is on there. Maybe we hit it, maybe we don't. It's not something that I would bet my cards on, but that's what it gives. And right now on the lower time frames, like around the weekly, we've hit very extreme levels on the HPDR. Our oscillators are maxed out, and it's giving us a very high probability of literally 95% chance of correction from there. And from there, and we have multiple drives of bearish divergence on our lower time frames, like the 4-hour and the 12-hour, and a little bit of divergence on the daily. And then that gives us a target of getting the 9 EMA somewhere around $2. From there, my bias is that we'll put in some bullish divergence from there because the RSI is going to get a pretty nice drop if we go straight to $2, which shitcoins like to drop massively once they go down. Put in some bullish divergence, and then you would or hidden bullish divergence, and then use that to spring into our previous all-time highs and hitting our quarterly divergence target of $3.65. But I think that whatever pullback we get now is going to be a massive opportunity in favor of the bulls. And I think we're going to make a higher low and just continue up from there.
Yeah. And by the way, the only thing I want to say, other than this is fucking incredible, is look at Ethereum doing its thing while everything else is eating dick. Just
right now is ETH's time to play. because ETH BTC has put in its bottom, and the US dollar pairing is compressing on volatility, and it's putting in a ascending triangle, where if it breaks out of the ascending triangle, the level to break is $4,000. If we get a close over that, that sends us technical target somewhere between $5,600 and $6,100.
God damn. Well, you guys heard it here first. A long time ago.
I think what's going to happen is once ETH gets over $4,000, the FOMO is really going to start, and then it's going to accelerate towards the upside.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you, sir. And yeah. Ok, estamos viendo XRP, el futuro de Francia, ¿no? Voy a poner primero la tabla mensual, no, la trimestral. Y una cosa que dijo Farhan que también yo no tenía ni idea es, estoy usando la misma tabla que él porque me gusta, o sea, uso todas las mismas tablas que ellos, pero usa XRP USD, no USDT, que tiene mucho más datos porque esto viene desde el 2013, lo pueden ver acá. Y ese subidongo desde el 2017 por acá. Esto, damas y caballeros, es XRP. Y ahorita van a ver por qué es importante esta línea. Así que apúntenlo en su cabeza, $1.95. También tienes esta línea que fue bastante importante para el precio en el 2.7. Y esto es simplemente porque estamos viendo la trimestral. Y todavía no hemos roto y hecho un alto histórico en 3.3. Todavía no hemos podido hacer eso. Ok, con eso dicho, voy a abrir los promedios. Pueden ver que todo se encuentra aquí abajo, lo que nos dice que esto tiene muchísima fuerza. Y además tienes una expansión de volatilidad del periodo más bajo al que ha llegado en la historia XRP en enero del 2024. Y luego tienes tu breakout por acá, que es ¿para dónde se fue? Bueno, es obviamente a la alza. Lo ridículo de este cero alcista, de nuevo, estás viendo una gráfica trimestral, es que la volatilidad todavía tiene camino para volver a regresar al 100%. O sea, le queda un 33% antes de poder llegar a ese 100%. Lo que nos dice que este movimiento tiene muchísima fuerza y además bastante profundidad. Con eso dicho y hecho, otra cosa sencilla de ver, nuevo alto más bajo, rompes este y ahora esto tiene que ir a buscar los $3.3. Ese sería tu siguiente objetivo en cualquier escenario. No en cualquier escenario, pero cuando eres alcista y crees que va a ir a hacer algo más, ese va a ser el siguiente objetivo a romper, porque una vez que haces eso, estás confirmando que es una estructura alcista en general y vas para arriba, más allá de eso. En la mensual, podemos ver acá lo importante de esta zona del 1.9, que es donde intercambiaron estas velas también, intercambió el precio de manos, también lo hizo acá y también acá. Acá en realidad la única vez que cerramos encima de esto fue en el 2017 y ahí fue donde básicamente topó ese cierre. Después te dio el alto histórico, pero la vela cerró aquí abajo. O sea, abrió en el 1.99, casi los $2, se fue a $3.3 y de ahí cayó hasta $1.1. Esta misma vela, es solamente una vela para que tengan una idea y referencia. Ahora, en la mensual tienes esta expansión de volatilidad, lo puedes ver acá. Voy a mover justamente ahí. Y puedes ver que literalmente está acompañando este movimiento. Es un gráfico mensual, lo que te dice toda la fuerza que tiene XRP en este momento. El promedio del 9, que es el más cercano, está, bueno, podemos poner el 5, el 1.5, pero está muy por encima de ellos y empieza a verse bastante bien la cosa para la comunidad, no los holders, la comunidad de XRP. En una que no vimos, creo que fue la de 2 semanas, déjame la checa. Un setup de jamás, pero este es el setup de jamás más duro de toda la historia. Este es el setup de jamás más potente que he visto en toda mi maldita vida. Vienes de todos estos periodos de nula volatilidad, que son todos las líneas azules. Tienes un espacio donde la volatilidad intentó expandir, pero no lo hizo. Otra vez se metió en ceros y una vez que superó el 15%, ve nada más el movimiento que te dio. O sea, esto is this the biggest Hamas setup we've ever seen on any chart? This is a 2-week chart on XRP.
Yeah, by far. The only one that compares is XLM.
Fucking monster, dude.
which is like a higher beta XRP.
Wow, thank you. Así que están viendo en las de 2 semanas. Lo que sí es que empezamos a formar una velita topera. Cuando nos acercamos a la semanal, podemos ver más de lo mismo y podemos ver que literalmente nos rechazó perfecto el 2.7, que es lo que esperarías cuando tienes todo ese tiempo y gente que compró ahí arriba y no se pudo haber salido, por lo que tienes este retroceso. Y este retroceso es bienvenido porque nos da consolidación. Podemos ver que en esta tabla, XRP ya está en 100% de volatilidad en la semanal. Nada más, el promedio todavía no llega hasta acá y hasta la parte de arriba para sobrevendido, lo que nos dice que todavía puede empujar más en esta temporalidad. Pero ya cuando nos empezamos a acercar más, pon tú la de 3 días, puedes ver que estamos en máximos de volatilidad. Por lo que nos está diciendo que estamos ante una corrección y puedes ver la vela topera formándose justamente en esta zona. Nos acercamos aún más, vamos a la diaria, por ejemplo, y la diaria viene de un doble periodo de volatilidad y literalmente estás a tope por encima, por abajo del promedio, estás en 96.03% y el promedio está en 96.5%. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Que XRP tiene cara que quiere sencillamente consolidar y no nos volvería loco si viene a consolidar hasta esta línea del 1.9 o hasta el 1.7, porque eso es lo que haría que todo el mundo pierda la cabeza y después ya pueda continuar lo que estamos viendo en todo lo que es volatilidad y momentum en temporalidades más altas. XRP se ve bien. Nuestro objetivo con XRP el primero van a ser los 4 después de que superemos el máximo histórico en 3.3. Obviamente estamos buscando tener cierres en el 2.7 y para arriba antes de eso. Y bueno, y mucho antes de eso esperamos una corrección. Veamos qué tan profunda es. La primera zona de interés es donde está el promedio, ¿qué era? ¿El 5? Exactamente. La primera zona de interés es esta línea meme en todas las temporalidades y en la semanal el promedio de las 5 que está en 1.75. Creemos que la máxima oportunidad van a haber 2 oportunidades grandes, una en el 1.95 y la más grande sería el 1.7, ya que todo el mundo diga, bueno, ya topamos, nos vamos para abajo, haga un bajo más alto y vámonos, que dé continuación el movimiento a la alza. Si XRP llega a hacer eso, puta madre lo que vamos a ver. De nuevo, primer objetivo a la alza, obviamente tener cierres arriba del 2.75%. Segundo, arriba del 3.3% y romper ese máximo histórico. Tercero, $4 y cuarto, $6. Pero el market cap de eso a mí se me hace loquísimo. Personalmente no creo que tenga muchas probabilidades de ser real, pero todo puede pasar. Todo, absolutamente todo puede pasar con el futuro de Francia. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso es XRP. Alex, what the fuck are we looking at? STRK.
Yeah, so it's some altcoin, just another shitcoin, but it's actually not looking too bad. So we'll start with the 5-day. You can see we really don't have a lot of data with the 34, but we do with the 9. And so it's welcoming to see that the 9 is reclaimed. And we're also seeing that the 9's crossing the 21, always a good sign. And so as long as STRK is, we'll call it above 65 cents, this to me is looking bullish and has a chance to, either consolidate and range from 65 cents to as support to maybe 75 cents as resistance. Easily can do that till we get some kind of either breakdown, and that will be, in my opinion, once the 5-day does close under 65 cents, because that'll mean we're losing the 34, and then that'll mean that we're probably going to go all the way back down to 51 to 54 cents and actually test this area again. Or if we get a breakout, then that'll start looking really good, and we can see we have a massive inefficiency here from this massive sell-off. A lot of liquidity trapped around here, and so I would be first gauging that nice psychological number right around $1 if that were to occur. One thing to note about this, and this is why I have this vertical here, is we actually have a silver cross to the upside on the 2-day. We've actually never had that on this chart, and so that is something to note, and that's why I do believe we could see a bigger breakout. But first, I do expect some kind of resistance here. We see we're currently pressing that 2-day EMA 100, but also we're at the top of the range, currently at $75. no 75 cents. Yeah, and like it's like 75 cents and 75.97 essentially is the number. Call it 76. So until, like I said, we get a decision point, and it would make a lot of sense actually to find some kind of rejection, come back down, test the 2-day EMA 9, which would be a simple 2-day silver cross retest. And then from there, we'd look for a bigger move upwards to that 80, 90 cents to $1. That would make a lot of sense to me. And very much like what we did here, we rejected, came down, tried to hold. But the difference between this and here is you have a silver cross, which you've never had. You're above the 9 instead of rejecting it. And you're already all the way at the EMA 100, which we've actually never tested this before. So very much so like what I was saying with Sol, when you test a major level, like an EMA 100 and you have never really tested it, it makes sense to find some kind of resistance around here. And so for me, I'm gauging that as I would want to see a pullback, at least back to this 2-day EMA 9. And this easily can move up and we can just kind of consolidate here. This can start moving up closer and it doesn't have to fully meet my meme line even. But to me, that just makes it easy. And so that can guide our bias at least on, probably not wise to long here with volatility at 86%. On the daily, we see it starting to contract a bit.
Your voice cut out for a couple seconds.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
I heard it. So I don't know what the fuck.
I guess it was
internet.
Probably that.
Well, I mean, like I was saying, and that's all right. Just let me know because it could be my internet. This isn't the place to long. That's essentially what I'm trying to say. You would be better off, since we just freshly silver crossed, waiting for the actual retest, because that's just in theory what you should do. And that way you're not longing resistance and potentially at current price action getting a 13% flush out, which is very reasonable for an altcoin like this when we're dealing with not that much data. I mean, this thing literally likes to go down, but if you can just zoom out and see, it is really trying to get
my internet is completely fucked right now. I can't hear a word.
Really? No, that's a computer. No, we can hear you, Alex.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, it could be a computer too, fine, because you're saying it was being a little messed up. And so, I mean, like I was saying, even just zooming out here, this is starting to look actually quite constructive. And this actually could really start moving soon.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to join with the link because I can't hear anything.
Yeah.
It'll just be really important not to long resistance. And so for me now, it's hard to view this on a higher time frame, but that's why I like the weekly too, because we can see it's just looking healthy, and even volatility here is starting to expand from the lowest points we've had in this chart, looking quite healthy. Curious to see. I'm just going to see the monthly. Why not? And one thing to note is we do have that 9 right around that 88-cent level. I find that interesting because, currently what was it? Was it the daily or 2-day? Let me see. It might have been the 2-day. Yeah,
that's the EMA 100. That's right there, but not at that level. I think that's the highest. There you go.
Yeah, so I was the monthly 9 starting to populate. I was cycling through the time frame because I just mentally note these things. I may not trade off of them fully, but it's still something to note that 55 is right at 90 cents. And when I'm viewing the monthly, remember these we're not working with a lot here, but it's just something to note. This monthly 9's right around 88 cents. So, that tells me that like 88 to 90 cents definitely could be the spot we get a deeper pullback before just in terms of like consolidation, but I'm still going to be on the camp that we're going to get a pullback right around this zone. I would watch carefully about this 2-day EMA 100, because if we start popping back up and getting 2-day closures back above that 76-cent level, then I'll most likely be wrong, and we actually will just start seeing expansion, if not consolidation, around here before going up sooner. But until then, I'm going to be gauging this as resistance, and I'm going to be viewing this as a rejection point. But the question just will be how deep of a rejection, and where can we look at for an opportunity? And I do think that's going to come right around here and just hopefully consolidate before moving up, and that would make a lot of sense. And like I said, that inefficiency level, I mean, we literally dumped, and in a matter of days, like 30, even from wick low, 42%. So you're just gonna, you're just always gonna have shorts. You're gonna have liquidity there, longs, and so forth, just kind of built up around here, and that's why these gaps end up. There's no gaps in the chart like what we see with stocks, but I call them inefficiencies because it's just the aggressive drop down leaves all this like liquidity here for then when we go up, it just leaves the squeeze. It could just lead to a bigger squeeze essentially. So that's what I would really be watching for on Stark or STRK. I'm curious to see how the HPDR looks too, and we can just see here. It just
Oh,
ties in,
wow.
like you wouldn't want to long the 99%. And granted, you aren't working with a lot of data here, but still, it's a 2-day chart. We're at the EMA 100. You are at the meme line, and you're at the 99% zone. So it's like a pullback here is definitely not crazy, especially when we know we have a silver cross for the first time ever on this chart. And so you really should just be gauging this EMA 9 as like the opportunity zone. Curious to see how the daily is looking. We're at the 80% on the daily. And so this is kind of nice because it's lining up nice with the meme line. So again, just ties in. If we start getting 2-day closures back above that 76% level, then yeah, it'll start really looking good. The daily will have reclaimed the 80%. The 2-day here has popped then back above the EMA 100. Then you would just generally want this to hold essentially for more upside. And as long as it does, then you would want the expansion move. But we still have a more of a chance of coming down and actually testing the silver cross. So I just keep repeating that because I don't want people to long this right here. It just seems highly aggressive, kind of not logical. And I understand the play and it makes sense. And this is looking somewhat strong.
Yeah, kind of
You
looks good.
Exactly.
I
But
just
like
wrote it down.
3, 6, 9, when you have literally a month of just solid up, it would make sense to get some kind of pullback. Something to note about this 3-day, which I'll delete this now just for the visual. Something to note here is we see that the 9 is coming right around that 90%, and that's at 59, like call it 60 cents. But most importantly, again, that 55 here is right around that 64, 65 cent level. And that is kind of the area we're gauging for that pullback for that 2-day 9. So just multiple areas right around that zone where I do think we'll find a nice bottom right around there. But then when you start going higher, this is just where the HBR kind of lacks because it's just more on the historical delta, like the data we have just overall with the historical price action essentially. And so when you have a shitcoin that's only been around since, well, I guess this year, beginning of this year, the higher time frames become kind of obsolete. I am curious though. Let me take this off to kind of see how is the quarterly looking, even though you're only working with a few.
Should have done a 6-month chart.
Yeah, literally. It's not the worst. I mean, it's fine. We'll have to see where this closes. Yeah, it's not. I do. It seems like that's almost engulfing, so that's not bad. Oh wow. Yeah, that's actually
That candle is fucking hilarious.
wow. That's crazy. Whoa. I mean, that's an
It went
insane.
through $7. Yeah, almost $8.
Dump 90%. Massive just inefficiency here with this wick. I mean, will that ever get filled? Who knows? Yeah, that's gross. Yikes. That's hilarious. Then a 12-month, what does that look like? Okay, nothing. So, with that, I'm still bullish on this. I do think we're going to pull back. I'm saying watch the 64 to 65 cents. I do think it's going to be an opportunity. You'll know I'm wrong on this. Again, if we either reclaim that 2-day EMA 100, which is lining up right around that 76 cents, or if we start losing this 2-day 9. If we start losing the 2-day 9, then it'll really start looking like we're going to go back to this cluster here. And then at that point, that is right around that 55 cent zone that I talked about. Be mindful if we start breaking out here, meaning like we reclaimed the EMA 100, start going like this, and we break out. Just be mindful that we do have that monthly EMA 9 that really has never been tested, coming right around that 87 cent level, which also just to mentally note is right around that EMA 55. And so you should find some kind of pullback, but that could easily lead to just like retesting this and then going up. So overall, I think this could go up. This has a chance. We just really want to see the reaction on the 2-day. I think that's just going to tell the story, and it's something not to overcomplicate it. The levels are clear as day, and especially with the HBDR even too, it's just telling you, yeah, you probably shouldn't long this here. Let volatility reset, let this come down. A 13% flush out would be pretty nice on this. And then from there, you know, you easily could take a long like this, and then you easily could have the stop like under that wick low here. You just would be mindful it's an altcoin, so you know, could easily take your stop and then go up. But that's how I would gauge this, simply playing the 2-day silver cross retest, stop at the last higher low would make a lot of sense. And so that's kind of what I'd be watching if you're bullish on this. And you know, if you're in juicy profits in a trade and you're thinking about maybe holding this to $1 right now, it is right now more likely that we're going to go back down to that 63 to 64 cents. So just be aware of that. And that's kind of all I have with STRK. Again, not working with a lot, but with what we do have, it's looking constructive at least. We just want to really see a bull show up on that retest of the 2-day silver cross. And that is where we could see the explosive move.
Yes, indeed, sir. You're all done. I'm going to stay a little bit with everyone on the chat just to like answer some questions in here. But you're done. I know Farhan is having all these fucking problems with his computer. So enjoy your Wednesday. I'll get to this. And thank you. That was interesting. I'm writing this one down because it looks good with dude going just back to 7. That would be a 10x over the 10x. So
yeah, especially with what we know with Bitcoin dominance and ETH BTC, it is definitely not dumb to put that on the shit checklist, you know, and just keep that in the back of the head.
Add it, baby. Add it. Let's go.
I'll see you
All
later.
righty. Well, thank you. Have a good one. Farhan, you're good. I don't know. Hang on.
The audio is pretty bad, but if you can hear me, then just like text me the ticker and then.
No, we're good. I mean, it's 4 hours. I'm just going to stay a little bit here to talk to everyone that's on the chat because there's a lot of different questions. So I'll just do it in there, but we're done. You go enjoy your Wednesday and your cat biting you.
All right. See you then. Have a good one.
Have a good one. Ok. Voy a cerrar esto para que todo el mundo sepa, los que están en el chat de Elite Trading Academy, ahorita voy a dejar este en vivo, acabando este análisis, y me voy a quedar solamente con ustedes ahí en el sitio web para responder todas sus preguntas que quedan, que hay bastantes cosas que ver, solamente para eso, porque son muchos. Así que gracias por todo, pero ahí vamos. Ok, estamos viendo STRK, que suena como Strike, no sé cómo se llame. Tenemos el par con Tether, con USDT. El ticker es STRK, lo pueden ver aquí arriba. Ok, y ¿sabe qué? En todo este análisis ni siquiera cambié esto, soy un maldito genio. Eso es correcto, STRK, ajá. STRK, Alejandro, que tienes dislexia. Ahí estás. Ok, tenemos le voy a decir Strike. Tenemos Strike acá. Ahora, lo que quiero que vean, este es un gráfico de 2 días. La cosa con este gráfico y este shitcoin es que no tiene muchos datos. Este es un gráfico mensual. La razón por la que lo pongo enfrente de todos ustedes es para que vean los pocos datos que tenemos. Ha hecho un máximo histórico, como sea, pueden ver esta vela verde, no para. Acá arriba, en los $7.7. Y eso lo tocó una vez. Después de ahí ha estado cayendo brutalmente y constantemente. Y ahora tiene cara de que está consolidando y va a querer buscar objetivos a la alza. ¿Ok? Nos vamos a acercar más. En la mensual no va a haber absolutamente nada, me imagino. No hay nada. En la semanal... ok. En la semanal venimos de un periodo de la más mínima volatilidad que ha existido y podemos ver que comienza a expandir. Cuando comienza a expandir, ¿qué podemos notar? Que lo hace y el precio también a la alza. Este no es un setup bastante fuerte, está en 63% de la volatilidad, pero si nos acercamos más, y lo voy a poner no en la diaria, lo voy a poner en la de 3 días. 3 días y ahorita probamos semanal. En la de 3 días pueden ver que esta es una zona bastante importante, pero estamos llegando a sobrecalentado. Por lo que muy probablemente vayamos a ver una corrección pronto. Ahorita voy a acercarme un poco más. Promedio del 55 está justamente aquí abajo, donde está esta línea meme, que es los 63 centavos con 63 centavos. Y el 9 está por encima el 9 está subiendo por encima del 21. Creo que eso nunca lo había hecho. Exactamente, esta es la primera vez que lo está viendo y esta es la primera vez que el 55 popula y que estamos por encima. Lo que estamos intentando asegurarnos es que esto no sea un SFP con un rechazo y después esto. Es lo que estamos intentando asegurarnos que no pase. Cuando te acercas un poco más al gráfico de 2 días, puedes ver que tienes un cruce plateado justamente en esta zona, lo que cada retesteo del 9 va a ser una oportunidad, todavía no te lo da. Y acá lo que tienes en los 74, 71 es el promedio de los 100. Este promedio de los 100 va a actuar en este momento y está actuando como resistencia, rechazó esta vela. Aquí en realidad la jugada es más fácil de lo que todo el mundo dice. Tienes estos máximos, acabas de crear un nuevo máximo, pero en el flashazo. Lo que te dice que esta zona es invalidada y vas a ir a buscar mínimo por acá de esta. Pero viendo cómo está la volatilidad yéndose de lado, denme un segundo que estoy pintando como tonto, cada quien pinta como puede, ¿no? La volatilidad está todavía expandiendo un poco, pero de lado, lo que nos dice que este movimiento muy probablemente esté cansado. Sobre todo, vean la diaria, ya la volatilidad está cayendo por debajo del promedio y cuando la volatilidad está contrayendo debajo del promedio, pueden ver acá todavía, tuvimos un cruce plateado aquí, retesteo, oportunidad en la 9, estamos por encima del promedio de las 200, creo que nunca habíamos estado por encima del promedio de las 200, es correcto. Y en Strike lo que nos hace pensar es esto, que esto probablemente vaya a corregir a este punto o tal vez hasta este punto y después dar ese chingadazo a la alza. ¿Qué tanto va a subir? No sabemos, no hay demasiados datos, pero lo que sí sabemos es que en el HPDR esto está ya sobre extendido, necesita corregir tantito antes de poder dar extensión y continuación a ese movimiento a la alza. Pero honestamente esto se ve bastante interesante. No creo que haya mucha gente hablando de esto, no he escuchado a tanta gente hablando de esto. El nivel en el que se encuentra es bastante sencillo de entender, que puedes hacer mínimo un doble hasta acá y aparte estás superando todos los promedios con cruces plateados y la volatilidad está respaldando todo esto. Lo que digo es, solamente tienes que planear bien tu entrada por acá y probablemente esto sea algo que les mandemos acá a todos en el servicio de Elite Trading Academy para las señales de trading, porque aquí creo yo que hay un ser bastante atractivo que se puede dar una vez que esto juegue. Una vez que veamos a esto corregir, consolidar, que haga algo así y después rompa la alza. No sé cuál sea el límite, obviamente, pero también es una moneda que tiene un market cap de 77 millones de dólares. No es nada. Y hacer un market cap de $1 billón para estas monedas no es nada. Y eso es más de un 10x, lo que justificaría llegar a los $7. Ahora, no le estoy diciendo que metan todo de una vez acá, no. Pero va a haber una oportunidad bastante potente en este trade, en mi opinión, si es que no perdemos estos niveles críticos. Simplemente poder mantener el 63.26, yo creo que va a ser importante en closing basis, en cierres, no adelantarte al trade, no salirte del trade. Y con eso los dejo. Ahorita voy a regresar rápido, que quiero de una vez acabar mi día. Esto es todo lo que hago, gracias al cielo. Y vamos a platicar de Checo Pérez y lo que está pasando con Checo en Red Bull, obviamente. Y ahorita me voy a ir al sitio de Elite Trading Academy exclusivamente con ustedes para poder cerrar esto, todas las preguntas que tienen ahí y cualquier cosa, pues nos vemos pronto. Un abrazote, gracias a todos por acompañarnos. 4 horitas, como de que no. Y a darle con Toño de Valdés. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, pórtense bien. And this post was created for YouTube. Delete this. No, ahora no puedo eliminar esto de, ok, se van a tener que aguantar y voy a quedarme aquí con lo de la gente de la clase. Voy a escuchar esto rápidamente. Tío, ¿puedes explicarnos detrás de los últimos signos de Bitcoin y el short long? Porque estás jugando extremos, Guillermo. Estás preguntándome que por qué hay una señal de long y una señal de corto, porque una vez que llegas a donde está el long, quieres cerrar tu corto y además en el corto tienes todos tus take profits, tus niveles de dónde llevarte tu lana. Se me hace importante y creo que deberías de... Les voy a poner una pantalla que va a espantar a todo el mundo. Vale. Espérame. Déjame ver una cosa si puedo. Ahí está. Ok. para enfocarnos en el chatcillo rápidamente. Ok. Aquí lo tengo. No tengo que poner solamente esto. Ahí está. Para que lo puedan ver, vamos a ver las preguntas. Así que ya platiqué esto. Guillermo, Guillermo, también, ¿habrá otros mentores que ustedes nos recomienden para ver más videos y aprender un poco más de trading? Nosotros no, somos grandes fans de Eric Crown. Eric vino a uno de nuestros casinos. Puedes buscar en este canal Eric Crown y te va a aparecer. Nos vamos a perder de los siguientes análisis, pero lo que estaba diciendo es, voy a anotar que faltó Chipotle, Pepe, VET, que acá está, SMCI. Y ahorita también yo voy a analizar con ustedes, acabando esto, en mi canal de YouTube, todo, pero de nuevo, yo no soy Farhan ni Alex, así que tómenlo por lo que es. Based on what Alex just said about Bitcoin, is the short signal now invalid? Tienes que ver dónde está. No quiero poner las señales acá porque entonces todas son exclusivas para ustedes, pero ahí mismo dice cómo leerlas. Y también ahí dice dónde invalidarlo y tienen notas las señales donde dice invalidado, cerrado, sigue abierto. Todos tienen notas. Ahí lo vas a poder ver. Pregunta, ¿cuál es el nombre de la herramienta que usan para medir el porcentaje de la volatilidad? Se llama BBWP, mi estimado. BBWP. Aquí te ayudó un poco Guillermo, pero está mal. Es B, en vez de P es B, o sea, doble B de bebé, WP, sin el T. BBWP. ¿Qué nos espera SMCI? También voy a poner MicroStrategy en la lista para poder mandarle señales si encontramos algún trade. Salo, se repetirá un en vivo explicando un poco más el manejo de los indicadores y el uso de bluffing. Creo que falta un poco más ese tipo de información. En el sitio, tal cual en la web acá de Elite Trading Academy, pícale a Tutos. En Tutos te pone exactamente cómo utilizar bluffing. Y también en el curso está puesto perfectamente. No vamos a repetir el en vivo el video de los indicadores, está en el curso todo y vamos también a ponerlo como parte de la librería. Todos los que son miembros de este chat aquí, como tú, lo van a poder ver. Do you use default settings for the takers indicators? We do in a lot of them. And some of them are modified, but this needs to be done in a base by case. Like Farhan, Alex, knowing. I myself change a few things on them, but it's just my preference. It's all personal preference. Me está preguntando si hay un default de settings para los indicadores del caretaker. Y sí, o sea, usamos los defaults, pero también modificamos ciertas cosas. Y es preferencia personal. No hay nada de lo que te estés perdiendo si lo tienes tal cual. Es simplemente cómo se ve. Why do you analyze the price in CME of Bitcoin? The reason why we analyze CME is because it's basically it's futures. And that's where big money is. So every now and then, whenever there's discrepancies between the price of CME and spot will follow CME. Not the other way around. So you'll know the dynamic once it plays out. So it's interesting to see it. I'm also going to write down Tesla. Ok. Preguntan que por qué vemos también CME y la razón por qué vemos CME para Bitcoin, para el precio de Bitcoin, es porque hay una correlación entre ellas. CME es donde son futuros, por lo que es el Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Y ahí, en futuros, lo que tiene es que la gente con dinero es donde está metiéndole. Entonces, normalmente futuros se nos adelanta o se atrasa y nos dice que hay una discrepancia en el precio y es simplemente encontrar y entender esa relación entre los dos. Tesla ya lo apunté. Hi guys, can you show us how to do a short long with stocks like Nvidia and bluffing? Mariana, no puedes usar bluffing para las acciones. Bluffing solamente funciona para criptos. Agua, buenos días, tío Salo. Creo que varios de aquí tenemos el mismo sentimiento. Creo que falta mucho reforzar la plataforma de bluffing y saber qué métricas utilizar para hacer el análisis y cómo configurarlas. Si son datos de fail de plataforma, ustedes modifican los parámetros de los indicadores. creo que falta reforzar la plataforma de Bluffing. No sé si Bluffing no somos nosotros, no tiene nada que ver con nosotros. ¿A qué te refieres? Saber métricas, utilizar para hacer el análisis y cómo configurarlas. No vas a hacer tu análisis en Bluffing, vas a hacer tu análisis en TradingView, etcétera. ¿Has visto el curso, mi estimado? Y si has visto el curso, ¿qué falta de cuando llegamos a la parte de los exchanges? Porque te enseñamos a hacer como un corto, te enseñamos a hacer un long, te enseñamos cómo poner un stop loss, te enseñamos cómo poner un take profit, literalmente a cómo operar, y está ahí en el curso. Al final de la clase debería de dar una revisada rápida a las señales de alerta de trading para ver si siguen activas o no. Sería bueno. Lo hacemos todos los días, Tere, y todo el día. Y ahorita lo que vamos a hacer es simplemente mandarles más, ¿cómo se llama? Ahora sí que vamos a analizar otras cosas como Chipotle, Pepe, VET, que es VET, SMCI, MicroStrategy en Tesla, para también agregarlos si encontramos algún setup en ellas. Hola, soy nuevo en esto. He manejado acciones normales, pero nunca he hecho trading. El curso es excelente. Tengo dudas sobre si trade de Nvidia sigue en corto. No, se cerró. Y ahí tenemos... Es muy importante que vean en el sitio, déjenme, lo abro por acá en otra pantalla para que lo puedan ver. Ok, en el sitio ponemos en how-tos, ¿no? O tutos, porque está en inglés y en español. Tenemos cómo leer las señales de trading. Se me hace que es muy importante, si no han visto esto, que vengan a darse una vuelta y puedan abrir el cómo leer las señales de trading. Es más, le puedo picar acá, si no estoy equivocado. How to read the trading alerts. Y aquí te pone todo lo que son, ¿no? Literalmente te dice exactamente cómo leer todo. SL, todo lo que significa absolutamente todo. Está aquí, esto es para todo el mundo, lo puede leer. Todo el mundo lo puede leer. Ok, vamos a continuar por acá. Déjenme, me aseguro que se esté viendo la pantalla que estoy diciendo. Sí, ok, perfecto. ¿Cuál es la diferencia del paquete premium a ver la clase por YouTube en vivo? Que puedes comentar aquí que eres parte de las clases privadas que tenemos 2 veces al mes, y también tienes y vas a tener muy pronto acceso a la librería. La librería van a ser todos los videos y todas las actualizaciones que hagamos al curso desglosado para que tengas acceso a toda la información de la manera más rápida posible. Es la diferencia entre eso y verlo en YouTube. Yo no sé cómo usar Bluffing y BitGet. No sé cómo depositan dinero a esas plataformas viviendo en Estados Unidos. Yo vivo en Estados Unidos. Yo usé Coinbase, pero también con la mitad del dinero, tanto envié, bla, 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 bla. Rick, una vez más, en el how to, en lo que acabo de enseñar acá, voy a compartir este tab para que lo puedas ver. Aquí pone cómo en tutos, cómo tradear en Bluffing. Y el video está en español y en inglés, en los dos idiomas. Le voy a picar para que veas. Y acá te aparece un video. How to trade in Bluffing, si es que lo tienes tus settings en inglés. Y también está en español si tienes el sitio en español. Y acá tienes el enlace para que lo puedas hacer. Literalmente en 5 minutos vas a poder usar Bluffing. Aquí está y te decimos cómo depositar, cómo todo. Si quieres aprender cómo hacer un corto, cómo hacer un long y todo eso, eso está en el curso, no en esto. Esto es para que puedas operar, mandar dinero, abrir tu cuenta, entender perfectamente cómo funciona el sistema de Bluffing. Pero para aprender trading tienes que aprender de cero a trader si es que no lo has usado todavía. Un buen momento para hacer plug. Luigi, for stocks, I use Webull. There's so many more interactive brokers. Thank you. I will open an account, blah, blah, blah. Me acabo de inscribir. Me acabo de inscribir. ¿Cómo puedo ver las clases pasadas? Pregunta Joaquín. Perdón, voy a compartir esto. ¿Cómo puedes ver las clases pasadas? Mandamos enlaces, Joaquín. Si te acabas de suscribir hoy, ahorita no te van a llegar, pero vas a tenerlas muy pronto en el sitio. Va a haber una librería. La librería va a tener las clases y aparte todo. También ustedes van a tener el curso. Si solamente compraste ponte tú, los en vivos, vas a tener curso, el curso completamente gratis desglosado, no en orden. Recomiendo que lo vean en orden porque es lo que ayuda y está pensado en la estructura de cómo lo hacen, pero ahí vas a tener toda la información. Salo, te va a dar algo si sigues comiendo mantequilla. Malas noticias para todo el mundo. La mantequilla es de lo mejor que puedes comer, sobre todo la natural, no las payasadas que venden. Roku, también voy a apuntar Roku para mandarles señales. Me pueden agregar a Discord. Tenemos un problema con Discord. Odio Discord con una gran pasión. Con una gran pasión que no les puedo explicar. Yo defeco Discord. Se me hace lo peor que existe en el planeta. No podemos mandar nuevas invitaciones. Cada que me meto a esto y creo una invitación para ponerla para que ustedes se unan, Discord dice que no es válida. No sé qué hacer. No, o sea, me siento un boomer completamente. Tío, ¿sí mandaron por correo las últimas 2 clases? Sí. Si no les llegó, chequen su spam, por favor. Tío, a mí tampoco me llegó el video de las clases pasadas. Entonces, tal vez, espérame, voy a checar de una vez, en un segundo. Ya pregunté, ahorita les digo qué nos dicen. Acaban de mandar un short setup para XRP. Van a mandar un short setup para todos ustedes, atentos. Flocky. También voy a poner Flocky por acá. Can you check Baba? Baba. ¿Dónde está Tutos? No me sale en la página. Luigi, dame un segundo y te lo pongo para que lo veas. Un segundo, me tengo que echar para atrás. Literalmente en How To's, aquí arriba pone servicios, tienes los training alerts, el curso de cero a trader, lives, about, How To's. Voy a cambiarlo a español para que lo veas. Servicios, sobre nosotros, tutos, elegir lenguaje, tutos. Y aquí están. Cómo tradear con bluffing, cómo leer una alerta de trading. Y creo que no les compartí la pantalla. Sí lo hice. Ok. ¿Is Robinhood only available in the US? No sé si Robinhood funciona en otros países o no. Ahí está. Contesté todo. Puta madre. Vale, ahorita los veo. Les mando un abrazote. Pórtense bien.